Chapter 12, First Half, of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 12, Stuart and the Gettysburg Campaign. This chapter being a very long one, it is broken into two parts. This is part 1. After Chancellorsville, the armies resumed their positions on the Rappahannock. A brilliant but barren victory had been won, and the pickets on the opposite banks of the river again began to trade in coffee and tobacco. With the years of hardship and danger, war had not lost all of its romance, and the soldiers observed in their intercourse the courtesies of combatants as strictly as did the Crusaders. General Lee now determined to cross the Potomac and make a strategic offensive. His main object was really to create a diversion and conduct a great foraging expedition into Pennsylvania for the relief of Virginia and his fasting army. The South was almost exhausted. The movement would temporarily draw the enemy from Virginia, but he did not hope to dictate a peace north of the Potomac, nor could he have expected to maintain his army there without a line of communication and base of supply. When Lee crossed the Potomac, he had no objective point. His army was now organized with 3 corps, under Longstreet, Ewell, and A.P. Hill. Stonewall Jackson had crossed the Great River. Stuart was his chief of cavalry. Early in June, the movement that terminated in the unexpected encounter at Gettysburg began from Fredericksburg up the river. Previously, the cavalry corps had been sent in advance to Culpeper County to prevent the enemy's cavalry from crossing the Rappahannock and to get the benefit of the grazing ground. Lee followed with Longstreet and Ewell. A.P. Hill's corps was left behind to amuse Hooker. Lee wanted to conceal his march so that he could cross the Blue Ridge and surprise Milroy in the Shenandoah Valley. Hooker's man in the balloon discovered that some campgrounds had been abandoned, so a reconnaissance was ordered to find out what it meant. But the force met with such resistance that Hooker concluded that Lee's whole army was there. To relieve the administration of anxiety about invasion, Hooker telegraphed to Washington what the reconnoitering force reported, just what Lee wanted him to do. The impression was confirmed by pretended deserters, who said they belonged to reinforcements that had just come to Lee. Deception is the ethics of war. On June 8, at Brandy Station in Culpeper County, there was a review of the cavalry. The spectators little imagined that the squadrons which appeared in the grand parade before the commander-in-chief would be in deadly combat on the same ground the next day. Rider and horse, friend, foe, in one red burial blent. Hooker knew that the Confederate cavalry was there and thought it was assembled for a raid across the Potomac. So he sent his cavalry corps up the river to intercept it. On June 6 he wrote Halleck, "As the accumulation of the heavy rebel force of cavalry about Culpeper may mean mischief, I am determined, if practicable, to break it up in its incipiency. I shall send all my cavalry against them, stiffened by about 3,000 infantry." Buford's division had already reached the railroad. He was instructed, "On arriving at Bealeton, should you find yourself with sufficient force, you will drive the enemy out of his camps near Culpeper Court House across the Rapidan, destroying the bridges at that point." The Rapidan is a tributary of the Rappahannock. Hooker's instructions to Pleasanton show that his object was not to get information, but to prevent a cavalry raid across the Potomac. But to cover up his defeat, Pleasanton afterwards claimed that he was only making a reconnaissance. A reconnaissance is made to discover the position and strength of an enemy. A sufficient force is applied to compel him to display himself, and when that is done, the object is accomplished and the attacking force retires. No matter whether Pleasanton was making a real attack or a reconnaissance, his expedition was a failure. If he had discovered the presence of Lee with Longstreet and Ewell, he would have reported it to Hooker. He had been instructed that he would be absent 4 or 5 days and to take along 5 days' rations, with pack mules and tents for the officers. Such preparations do not indicate that he was expected to cross the Rappahannock in the morning and recross in the evening. Stuart knew that the enemy's camps were over the river and that their outposts were near. Confederate pickets lined the river with grand guards in support. On June 9, at daylight, the enemy began crossing at Beverly's and Kelly's fords, several miles apart, above and below the railroad bridge. The plan was for the two divisions to unite at Brandy, 4 miles away, and then move on 6 miles to the court house where the camps of Stuart's cavalry corps were supposed to be. The Unionists did not expect to meet anything near the river except pickets. Their error was in thinking the Confederate camps were 10 miles away and that there would be no collision in force before the columns united. The fact was that Stuart's headquarters were between Brandy and the river and near the camps of 2 brigades. Another brigade, Jones's, was a mile and a half from Beverly's Ford, where Buford's division crossed. Each of Pleasanton's divisions was supported by a brigade of infantry. Captain Grimsley's company was picketing at the bridge. Before daybreak a vidette informed him that he could hear troops crossing the railroad. The captain put his ear to the ground, and hearing the click of the artillery wheels passing over the iron rails, sent a courier with the information to Jones. Captain Gibson's company gallantly resisted the crossing at the ford. The leading regiment was the 8th New York Cavalry, under the command of a Mississippian, Grimes Davis. He had hardly reached the southern bank before he fell. The camps were aroused by the firing at the fords, and there was saddling and mounting in hot haste. The 7th Virginia Cavalry was the grand guard, and it is said that many rode into the fight bareback and without their boots. For some unexplained reason Jones's artillery was between his camps and the pickets on the river. As a general rule it was in the wrong place, but on this occasion it happened to be in the right place. On account of the scarcity of grain, the horses had been turned out to graze, and there would have been no time to harness and hitch them before the enemy reached the camp. The Yankees were driving a body of Confederate cavalry back and just emerging through the woods, when some of the men ran a gun into the road, by hand, and opened fire on the column. The troops halted. The delay was fatal, and the guns were saved. As there was no precedent in war for an artillery camp so near an outpost, Pleasanton naturally concluded that the Confederates knew he was coming and had prepared a masked battery to receive him, that he had run into an ambuscade. War is not a science but an art. Pleasanton was surprised and halted, and lost. That he had miscalculated the resistance he would meet at the ford may be inferred from the dispatch he sent Hooker at 7:40 a.m. The enemy is in strong cavalry force here. We had a severe fight. They were aware of our movement and prepared. To prepare Halleck for a surprise after he had promised so much, Hooker telegraphed him, "Pleasanton reports that after an encounter with the rebel cavalry over the Beverly Ford he has not been able to make head against it." At 2:30 p.m., as he had made no progress, Pleasanton telegraphed back, "I will recross this p.m." and so ended his expedition on which he had started to the Rapidan on his so-called reconnaissance. When the firing was first heard at the fords, Stuart set Robertson's brigade below, towards Kelly's, to hold Gregg's division in check on that road, and with Hampton's brigade went at a gallop to meet the force at Beverly's Ford. Buford's division would soon have been driven over the river, but the news came that Gregg's division was in his rear. At first Stuart would not believe this, but in some way Robertson had allowed Gregg to pass him unobserved on another road. So, leaving W. H. F. Lee's brigade, which had just come up, on Buford's flank to hold him in check, Stuart turned and went to meet Gregg with Hampton's and Jones's brigades. On the field around Brandy there was now the greatest mounted combat of the war, probably of any war. Gregg was driven back over the river, leaving behind him 3 guns and 6 battle flags. Buford and Pleasanton followed him back to their camps. Pleasanton had repeated the Austrian maneuver at Rivoli of having a double line of operations, and Stuart had done just what Bonaparte did there, when he was attacked in front and on his flanks and nearly surrounded, struck and defeated the columns in succession before they united. Stuart's great credit is the manner in which he screened the movements of Lee and got information of the enemy. Referring to this operation in his work on cavalry, General Bernhardi said, "The American War of Secession showed in a surprising manner what could be done in this respect. Stuart's screening of the left wheel of the Confederate army, after the battle of Chancellorsville, for instance, was a masterpiece, and the reconnaissance carried out by Mosby's scouts during the same period was equally brilliant." Early in the morning after Brandy, June 10, Ewell started to cross the Blue Ridge into the Shenandoah Valley. On June 13, Milroy, at Winchester, who had relied on Hooker to warn him of the approach of an enemy from that direction, found himself surrounded. Pleasanton had not discovered that Lee, with 2 army corps, was in Culpeper, and Hooker thought that the whole of Lee's army was still on his front on the lower Rappahannock. There was so little suspicion of the impending blow in the valley that on June 12, Hooker invited President Lincoln to come down and witness some practice with an incendiary shell. Lincoln accepted, but afterwards, instead of going, sent Hooker this dispatch: "Do you think it possible that 15,000 of Ewell's men can be at Winchester?" At first Hooker would not believe it, but he soon struck his tents and started to keep between Lee and Washington. To Schenck, at Baltimore, Lincoln with characteristic humor said, "Get Milroy from Winchester to Harper's Ferry, if possible. He will be gobbled up if he is not already past Salvation." After capturing the most of Milroy's force, Ewell moved on and crossed the Potomac on June 15. Lee, with Longstreet and A. P. Hill, followed him to the valley and halted a week, while Stuart's cavalry moved east of the ridge as a curtain to conceal the operation. The hostile armies marched in concentric circles, Lee having the initiative. When Lee moved, Hooker also moved so as always to cover Washington. Of course, Lee must have expected that Hooker would maintain the same relative position and follow him after he had crossed the Potomac. The right of Hooker's army now rested on the river, where he had laid pontoons for crossing. Stuart was on his front to watch and report his movements to Lee. On June 15, Ewell, having crossed into Maryland, had sent his cavalry on to forage in Pennsylvania. At that time General Lee seems to have been undecided as to a plan of campaign, except to subsist on the enemy and draw him out of Virginia. On the 19th Lee wrote Ewell, who was about Hagerstown, that should we be able to detain General Hooker's army from following you, you would be able to accomplish as much unmolested as the whole army could with General Hooker in its front. If your advance causes Hooker to cross the Potomac, or separate his army in any way, Longstreet can follow you. So Lee's crossing the Potomac was contingent on Hooker's following Ewell. All that Ewell then had to do was to collect supplies, for he met no resistance. Lee said nothing about A. P. Hill crossing the river. This letter proves that he then had no objective, but a biographer, Long, his military secretary, asserted in the face of the record that Gettysburg was the objective when Lee started from Fredericksburg, and that he was surprised on hearing that Hooker had followed him over the Potomac. There was not a soldier or even a wagon master in the army who was surprised to hear it. Lee seemed to be content to hold Hooker in Virginia, while Ewell was living on the Pennsylvania farmers, and his sending another corps across the Potomac depended on Hooker. So, when Lee concluded to follow Ewell, he must have been sure that Hooker was ready to cross. On June 22, Lee ordered Ewell at Hagerstown to move into Pennsylvania, and told him that whether the rest of the army followed or not depended on the supplies he found in the country. Lee said, "I also directed General Stuart, should the enemy have so far retired from his front as to permit of the departure of a portion of the cavalry, to march with 3 brigades across the Potomac and place himself on your right and in communication with you, keep you advised of the movements of the enemy, and assist in collecting supplies for the army." Lee told Ewell that his best course would be towards the Susquehanna, that he must be guided by circumstances, and possibly he might take Harrisburg. Lee had already written Stuart to leave 2 brigades to watch the enemy and take care of the flank and rear of the army, and with 3 brigades to join Ewell, who was marching to the Susquehanna. Stuart was instructed to act as Ewell's chief of cavalry and to collect all the supplies you can for the use of the army. As no enemy was following Ewell, and as there were none in his front, except militia, Stuart would really have had nothing but foraging to do if he had joined Ewell, who by this time was sending back long trains loaded with provisions. Longstreet was then in Virginia, near Ashby's Gap in the Blue Ridge, and this order was sent through him and was subject to his approval. Longstreet forwarded the order, and in a letter to Stuart said, "He speaks of your leaving via Hopewell Gap, in Bull Run Mountain, and passing by the rear of the enemy. I think that your passage of the Potomac by our rear, west of the Blue Ridge at Shepherdstown, at the present moment will, in a measure, disclose our plans. You had better not leave us, therefore, unless you take the proposed route in the rear of the enemy." Longstreet wrote to General Lee on the 22d, "Yours of 4 o'clock this afternoon is received. I have forwarded your letter to General Stuart with the suggestion that he pass by the enemy's rear if he thinks that he may get through. We have nothing of the enemy today." So it seems that General Lee suggested, and Longstreet urged, Stuart to pass by the enemy's rear. At that time Longstreet and A. P. Hill had not been ordered to follow Ewell. After the war Longstreet wrote an account of Gettysburg in which he forgot his own orders to Stuart and charged him with disobeying his instructions. He said he ordered Stuart to march on his flank and to keep between him and the enemy. Lee's staff officers and biographers repeat the absurd story. They do not explain how Stuart could be with Ewell on the Susquehanna and at the same time on Longstreet's flank in Virginia. No precedent can be found for such a performance, except in the Arabian Nights. When Lee was in the Shenandoah Valley, he wrote twice to President Davis that Hooker's army was drawing close to the Potomac and had a pontoon across it, and that he thought he could throw Hooker over the river. Lee also wrote to Imboden, who was moving farther west, thanked him for the cattle and sheep he had sent to him, and urged him to collect all he could. On June 23, 5 p.m., Lee wrote again to Stuart. He repeated the instructions about joining Ewell and authorized him to cross the Potomac west at Shepherdstown, or east of the Blue Ridge, by the enemy's rear. "In either case," said General Lee, "after crossing the river you must move on and feel the right of Ewell's troops, collecting information, provisions, etc." Lee seemed to be more intent about gathering rations than anything else. There is not a word in either of his dispatches to Stuart about reporting the enemy's movements to him. Lee's biographers say there was. He would neither order nor expect Stuart to do an impossible thing, but he told him what instructions to give the commanders of the 2 cavalry brigades he would leave behind. Stuart did give each of the commanders minute instructions to report the movements of the enemy directly to Lee, and to follow on the flank and rear of the army when the enemy left Virginia. There was no complaint against Jones and Robertson, the brigade commanders, for not having performed this duty, conclusive evidence that they did. If Stuart had gone the western route by Shepherdstown, he would have had to cross and recross the Blue Ridge, and to march in a zigzag circuit to reach Ewell. Thus he would have been a long way from the enemy and out of communication with Lee. Lee's movements did not depend on the cavalry he had ordered to join Ewell. Stuart chose the most direct route to the Susquehanna by the rear of the enemy. It afforded an opportunity, as Lee had instructed him, to do them all the damage you can, and to collect provisions. He would break the communications with Washington and destroy Hooker's transportation. Such a blow would compel the latter, instead of following Lee, to retreat to his base and wait for repairs. The 7 corps of Hooker's army were scattered through 3 counties in Virginia, with his right resting on the Potomac. The plan for Stuart to pass through Hooker's army was really a copy of the campaign of Marengo, when Bonaparte crossed the Alps and cut the Austrian communications in Italy. It was a bold enterprise. Its safety lay in its audacity. The enemy would be caught unprepared, and at the same time it would protect Lee's communications by drawing off Hooker's cavalry in pursuit. It was known that the camps of the different corps were so far apart that a column of cavalry could easily pass between them. I was at headquarters when Stuart wrote his last dispatch to Lee, informing him of the route he would go, and sat by him when he was writing it. In fact, I dictated a large part of it. I had just returned from a scout inside the enemy's lines and brought the intelligence that induced Stuart to undertake to pass through them. I remember that Fitz, Lee, and Hampton came into the room while we were writing. I had arrived from this scout early on the morning of June 24, and found that Stuart had just received the orders to join Ewell with 3 brigades and had been given discretion to pass by the rear of the Union army. John Eston Cook, the ordnance officer of the Cavalry Corps, was at headquarters. In his Wearing of the Gray (1867), he corroborated my statement about the effect on the campaign of the report I brought Stuart. He writes, General Stuart came, finally, to repose unlimited confidence in his (Mosby's) resources and relied implicitly upon him. The writer recalls an instance of this in June 1863. General Stuart was then near Middleburg, watching the United States Army, then about to move toward Pennsylvania, but could get no accurate information from his scouts. Silent, puzzled, and doubtful, the general walked up and down, knitting his brows and reflecting. When the lithe figure of Mosby appeared, Stuart uttered an exclamation of relief and satisfaction. They were speedily in private conversation, and Mosby came out again to mount his quick gray mare and set out in a heavy storm for the Federal camps. On the next day he returned with information which put the entire cavalry in motion. He had penetrated General Hooker's camps, ascertained everything, and safely returned. This he had done in his gray uniform with his pistols in his belt, and I believe that it was on this occasion that he gave a characteristic evidence of his coolness. The adventure to which Cook refers occurred at the house of a citizen named Coleman, where I captured 2 cavalrymen who were sitting on their horses gathering cherries. This fact was confirmed by General Weld of General Reynolds' staff in his War Diary. He said, We found out today that our guide was captured at Coleman's house yesterday. Coleman lives about 2 miles from here, and he has a lot of forage. Our guide and quartermaster went there for it and were caught by a secesh there said to be Mosby. Footnote. Mosby rode along with his 2 prisoners and unexpectedly came upon a body of enemy cavalry. He thereupon threatened the 2 soldiers with certain death and rode with the enemy a considerable distance, at length turning into a lane and getting safely away with his prisoners. End of footnote. Lee knew that while Stuart was passing between Hooker's army and Washington, communication with him would be impossible. This was before the days of wireless. Lee must have relied for intelligence on the cavalry brigades he had with him, on his scouts, and his signal corps on the Blue Ridge. He had no other use for them. The cavalry commander said he frequently sent couriers to Lee with dispatches. I regret that Lee's report says that he expected Stuart to perform a miracle and keep in communication with him. 3 of Lee's staff officers, Marshall, Long, and Taylor, have given accounts of the Gettysburg campaign that misrepresent the orders Stuart received and claim that Lee relied on him for intelligence. Now the letters of Lee to Ewell, directing him to move to the Susquehanna and to Stuart to join Ewell with 3 brigades, are copied in Lee's dispatch book in the handwriting of Colonel Charles Marshall, who also wrote Lee's reports. The implications of disobedience against Stuart in the reports are contradicted by these letters. The dispatch book was in Marshall's possession when he delivered a philippic on Lee's birthday, 1896, in which he imputed disobedience of orders to Stuart, and asserted that Lee depended on him for information. He did not say what Lee expected the 2 cavalry brigades to do, nor did he say what they didn't do. He didn't mention them. The letter of 5 p.m., June 23, directing Stuart to go to Ewell on the Susquehanna and authorizing him to pass by the enemy's rear, is in the handwriting of Colonel Walter Taylor, Lee's assistant adjutant general. He wrote an account of Gettysburg, charging Stuart with disobedience in going to Ewell and not remaining with Lee, and reporting the movements of the enemy to him, and blaming Stuart, as Marshall did, for the disaster at Gettysburg. Long falsified the record in the same way. Apparently they never dreamed that there would be a resurrection of Lee's dispatch book. On the authority of the staff officers, a historian wrote that Stuart left Lee without orders and went off on a wild goose chase. I wrote and asked him if he thought that Ewell was a wild goose. The truth is Lee was so anxious for Stuart to cross the river ahead of Hooker that he wrote him, "I fear he will steal a march on us and get across the Potomac before we are aware." Yet his report says that he was astonished to hear, on June 28, at Chambersburg, that Hooker had crossed. The staff officers knew perfectly well how the battle was precipitated, but they concealed it. They intentionally misrepresented it. Their animus towards Stuart is manifest. Taylor, in his narrative of his service with General Lee, did not even mention the great cavalry commander at Brandy, which his chief rode on the field to witness. Marshall and Long, to disparage Stuart, referred to the battle and used the same phrase, "He was roughly handled." Long, to deprive Stuart of the glory of his victory, said that a division of infantry came to his support. The record shows that General Lee kept his infantry concealed that day. Early on the morning of June 25, Stuart's column crossed the Bull Run, expecting to pass directly through Hooker's army and to reach the Potomac that evening. This could have been done easily on the day before, but on the morning of the 24th, A. P. Hill's corps, at Charlestown, moved to the Potomac in plain view of the Federal signal station on Maryland Heights. Longstreet, at Millwood, 3 times as far from the river as Hill, started at the same time, but he marched by Martinsburg and out of sight of the signal station, crossing at Williamsport. Hill had crossed the day before at Shepherdstown and waited for Longstreet. There was no emergency to require this movement. Hooker was waiting on Lee and had not sent a single regiment over the river, although Ewell was foraging in Pennsylvania. The news of Hill's and Longstreet's crossing the river was immediately telegraphed to Hooker, and the next morning he set his army in motion for the pontoons. As his corps crossed the Potomac, they marched west for South Mountain and occupied the Gaps. Longstreet and Hill united in Maryland and spent 2 days with General Lee within a few miles of Hooker's camps. Hooker's signal stations were in full view on peaks, flapping their flags. Each of Lee's corps had a signal corps, and Lee had a number of scouts to send on the mountain to see Hooker's army on the other side. The truth is that Lee and Stuart got their information of the enemy through individual scouts and not by using the cavalry in a body. Lee says that one of these scouts brought him the information at Chambersburg that Hooker had crossed the Potomac. I have no doubt that Lee used any means he could to get intelligence of the enemy, for the simplicity of the bucolic ages was not a characteristic of the Confederate commander. The enemy crossed the Potomac in front of the 2 cavalry brigades that were left to watch him. There is no doubt that the cavalry did their duty and that Lee waited in Maryland for Hooker's army to get over the river. If A. P. Hill had only waited a day longer in his camps, Hooker would have stood still, and Stuart could have easily crossed the Potomac on the 25th. It would be a severe reflection on Lee and his generals to suppose that they spent 2 days so near an army of 100,000 men and didn't even suspect it. Hooker's army was crossing the river 25 miles below at the same time Lee was crossing. Stuart soon ran against Hooker's columns on the roads on which he had expected to march, but they had the right of way and kept on, while Stuart, after an artillery duel, had to make a detour around them and did not cross the river until the night of the 27th. Thus Stuart was delayed 2 days, but he sent a dispatch informing Lee that Hooker was moving to the Potomac. The appearance of a body of cavalry on the flank of Hooker's army created great anxiety for his rear, and Pleasanton's cavalry corps was kept as a rear guard and was the last to cross on the pontoons on the night of the 27th. At the time Stuart was crossing the Potomac at Seneca, Lee had reached Chambersburg. Ordinarily the Union cavalry should have been in front, harassing Lee's flank and rear, but up to the day of the battle, Lee's communications were intact, and he had not lost a wagon or a straggler. The enemy's cavalry were in Hooker's rear, on the defensive, and they had no idea that Stuart was crossing the river between them and Washington. Stuart spent the night, June 27, in Maryland, capturing a lot of boats carrying supplies to the army on the canal, and on the 28th moved north and marched all night to join Ewell. During the day, Stuart caught a supply train going to headquarters from Washington, and as his orders required, he took the supplies along to Ewell. The presence of the Confederate cavalry between the army and Washington created a panic, which was increased by the report that there was another body south of the river. For several days, communication with the Union army was cut, Washington was isolated, and Stuart's column attracted more attention than Lee's army in the Cumberland Valley. Meade took command of the Army of the Potomac on the afternoon of the 28th at Frederick City, and there was great commotion in his camps when the news came that Stuart had their mules and provisions. The quartermaster general wired to Ingalls, "Your communications are now in the hands of General Fitzhugh Lee's brigade." On June 27, the day that General Lee arrived at Chambersburg, the corps that Hooker had advanced to the gaps in Maryland were withdrawn 20 miles to the east, and the Army of the Potomac was concentrated at Frederick City. As a result, Lee's communications were no longer even threatened. After crossing the river, Hooker had moved west, as he said, to strike Lee's rear, but the War Department interfered with the plan, and he asked to be relieved. Ewell was then marching to the Susquehanna, so Hooker's counter-movement to Frederick was made to protect the capital and Baltimore from any movement down the Susquehanna. Lee must have considered the probability of an operation against his rear when he wrote President Davis, after he reached the Potomac, that he thought he could throw Hooker's army over the river, and that, as he did not have sufficient force to guard his communications, he would have to abandon them. But as he would live on the country, he did not have to guard a base of supply, and his communications were not vital. Colonel Marshall, it seems to me in the light of the evidence, was unjust to his chief when he represented him to have been surprised and almost in a panic when he heard, at Chambersburg, on the night of the 28th, that Hooker had crossed the Potomac. He did not explain how Lee could have thought that the Northern army would remain in Virginia while the Confederates were ravaging Pennsylvania, nor why he changed his plan of campaign to protect his communications. The first news of the enemy that Meade received after he assumed command was the following discouraging dispatch from Halleck. It is reported that your train of 150 wagons has been captured by Fitzhugh Lee near Rockville. Unless cavalry is sent to guard your communications with Washington, they will be cut off. It is reported here that there is still a considerable rebel force south of the Potomac. General Lee had passed near and left behind him at Harper's Ferry a force of 11,000 that did not seem to disturb him as a menace to his communications, but on the 28th Meade withdrew these troops to guard his rear and the line of the Potomac. General Lee was then to the west, in the Cumberland Valley, but Meade started off in the opposite direction on Stuart's trail. That did seem as hopeless as chasing a wild goose. Meade said to Halleck, "I can now only say that it appears to me I must move towards the Susquehanna, keeping Washington and Baltimore well covered, and if the enemy is checked in his attempt to cross the Susquehanna, or if he turn toward Baltimore, to give him battle." Meade spent a day at Frederick and on the 30th started on his campaign. Lee was still at Chambersburg. His staff officers say that at that time Gettysburg was the objective point on which both Lee and Meade were marching, and that there was a race between them to occupy it first. Lee could easily have occupied Gettysburg while Meade was still at Frederick. Meade's communications were now broken, and for several days he was drifting. He sent off to the east 2 of his cavalry divisions and 3 army corps to intercept Stuart,
So after 2 days' marching, a large part of Meade's army was as far from Lee as it was at Frederick. If General Lee had known how Ewell and Stuart would attract Meade to the east, he would not have recalled Ewell so soon. On the night of the 30th, Meade was still in a fog. He had not heard that Ewell had withdrawn from the Susquehanna, so he wrote to Halleck by a courier that he would push farther east the next day to the Harrisburg Railroad and open communications with Baltimore. But at 11:30 p.m. on the 30th, a telegram was sent from Harrisburg to be forwarded by a messenger to Meade, telling him that Lee was falling back. Meade received this news on the morning of July 1, and he at once recalled the orders he had issued to push on towards the Susquehanna and determined to take a defensive position. He wrote Halleck of the change and that he would not advance farther, but would retire to the line of Pipe Creek and await an attack, which would have satisfied Lee. If Ewell had remained a day longer at Carlisle and Early at York, Meade would have moved to the Susquehanna and there would have been no battle at Gettysburg. Halleck must have been surprised by Meade's dispatch, for he had told him at Frederick that his object was to find and fight Lee. After he got the news about Ewell, Meade issued a circular directing the corps commander to hold the enemy in check if attacked and to retire to Pipe Creek. Reynolds, with the First Corps, was on his extreme left, and had been directed to move early on July 1st on Gettysburg. Merely an observation. Meade wrote Reynolds that he had been ordered to Gettysburg before the news came that Ewell had withdrawn from the Susquehanna. But Reynolds started early, never received Meade's letter or the circular of recall, and was killed. On the night of the 30th, Stuart arrived at Dover and learned that Early's division of Ewell's corps, which he expected to join at York, had marched west that morning. As he was ordered to report to Ewell, after a short rest, Stuart moved on to Carlisle, where he knew Ewell had been. But he sent a staff officer on Early's track to report to General Lee, whom he found on the field at Gettysburg. Stuart reached Carlisle that night, but Ewell, with his cavalry and 2 divisions, had gone south. It was fortunate for Lee that Stuart did go to Carlisle. Couch had collected a force of about 15,000 at Harrisburg and had been ordered to cooperate with Meade and attack Lee's communications. Stuart met his advance at Carlisle, an artillery duel ensued, and it was thought by the Federalists that Ewell had returned. So the troops on the march from Harrisburg turned back, and the trains that were bringing their supplies from different points in the country were stampeded by the firing. Stuart left that night for Gettysburg and arrived about noon the next day, in time to meet the 2 divisions of cavalry which had been away in pursuit of him. Couch's force started again from Harrisburg, but had to wait for rations. He did not get off until July 4, after the battle had been fought, and never overtook Lee's trains. Stuart's march of a column of cavalry around the Union army will be regarded, in the light of the record, as one of the greatest achievements in war, viewed either as an independent operation or raid, or in its strategic relation to the campaign. But all the advantage gained by it was neutralized by the indiscretion of a corps commander and was obscured by the great disaster to our arms for which it was in no way responsible. General Bernhardi wrote, I hold therefore that such circumstances render a disturbance of the rear communications of an army an important matter. It will often do the opponent more damage, and contribute more to a favorable decision of arms than the intervention of a few cavalry divisions in the decisive battle itself. One does not, of course, exclude the possibility of the other. General Stuart, in the campaign of Gettysburg, rode all around the hostile army, broke up its communications, drew hostile troops away from the decisive point, and yet was in place on the wing of the army on the day of the battle. What this man performed with cavalry and the inestimable damage he inflicted on his opponent are worth studying. The fortune of war, which lay in might and in the nature of things, he could not turn. This is the end of the first half of this chapter.
Second half of Chapter 12, Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 12, Second Part. Stuart and the Gettysburg Campaign. Such was Stuart's ride around McClellan. The two armies stood still as spectators. A raid is a predatory incursion, generally against the supplies and communications of an enemy. The object of a raid is to embarrass an enemy by striking a vulnerable point and destroying his subsistence. The operation should be in cooperation with, but independent of, an army. But Stuart's march was a combined movement with Ewell and not a raid. His objective was Ewell's flank on the Susquehanna. The spoil he captured was an incident, not the object, of the march. It was no more a raid than if he had crossed the Blue Ridge, as he was authorized by Lee, and traveled to join Ewell by a route on which he would have had no opportunity for adventure. But General Lee's orders show that he was not indifferent either to the embarrassment of the enemy or to the spoil he might capture. Ewell already had an abundance of cavalry for ordinary outpost duty. It was the personality of Stuart that was needed, not cavalry. During this campaign the operations of the cavalry were coordinate with the movements of the army as a unit. On the evening of June 27th, Lee arrived at Chambersburg, while Hill turned east and went on 7 miles. This shows that General Lee did not intend to move farther north, but to concentrate in that vicinity. Ewell had reached Carlisle, 30 miles distant, so Lee wrote him on the evening of the 27th to return to Chambersburg and informed him that Hooker had crossed the Potomac. This dispatch is not in the war records, but it seems that Lee changed his mind, and at 7:30 a.m. on the 28th, in a second letter, repeated the substance of what he wrote Ewell last night, and directed him that, if he had not already started, he move south with his trains, but east of South Mountain. It is clear that Ewell's destination was Cashtown, a village at the eastern base of the mountain, 8 miles west of Gettysburg. Discretion was given to him as to the roads he should travel. Ewell's and Early's reports say that Cashtown was the appointed rendezvous. Lee's that it was Gettysburg. Cashtown was occupied on June 28th by a part of Heth's division. In the next 2 days Hill moved with 2 divisions to that point. Ewell had detached Early's division to make a demonstration towards the Susquehanna. On the way, Gordon's brigade spent a night at Gettysburg, but it moved on and joined Early at York. If Gettysburg had been Lee's objective, he would have held it when he had it. Lee's report says that on the night of June 28, a spy came in and informed him that Hooker was following him. The news, the report says, was a surprise. That he had thought Hooker's army was in Virginia, that he had expected Stuart to give him notice when Hooker crossed the Potomac, and that he abandoned a campaign he had planned against Harrisburg, recalled Ewell, and ordered his army to concentrate at Gettysburg. As he had uninterrupted communication with the Potomac, Lee knew that the Union army must be east of the mountain. We accept as of poetical origin the legends of prehistoric Rome, which Livy transmitted, but it is as easy to believe the story of the rape of the Sabines, or that Horatius stood alone on the bridge over the Tiber against the army of the Gauls, as that Lee planned a campaign into Pennsylvania on the theory that his army could march to Harrisburg and Hooker's army would stay on the Potomac. If Lee had not known, when he was in Maryland, that Hooker was still on his front, he would have marched directly to Washington. If his statement be true that the news brought by a spy arrested a campaign he had planned to Harrisburg, such an anticlimax would make the campaign a subject for a comic opera. If a spy had come from Frederick on June 28, he would have reported that Hooker's army was moving eastward toward Baltimore and was concentrated at Frederick. Colonel Marshall said, "On the night of the 28th of June, I was directed by General Lee to order General Ewell to move directly upon Harrisburg, and to inform him that General Longstreet would move the next morning, the 29th, to his support. General A. P. Hill was directed to move eastward to the Susquehanna, and crossing the river below Harrisburg, seize the railroad between Harper's Ferry and Philadelphia, it being supposed that such a movement would divert all reinforcements that otherwise might be coming to General Hooker to the defense of that city, and that there would be such alarm created by their movement that the Federal Government would be obliged to withdraw its army from Virginia and abandon any plan it might have for attack upon Richmond. I sent the orders about 10 o'clock at night to General Ewell and General Hill, and had just returned to my tent when I was sent for by the commanding general. I went to his tent and found him sitting with a man in citizen's dress, who, General Lee informed me, was a scout of General Longstreet's who had just been brought to him. He told me that this scout had left the neighborhood of Frederick that morning and had brought information that the Federal army had crossed the Potomac, moving northward, and that the advance had reached Frederick and was moving westward towards the mountains. The scout also informed General Lee that General Meade was then in command of the army, and also as to the movements of the enemy, which was the first information General Lee had received since he left Virginia. While making this march, the only information he possessed led him to believe that the army of the enemy was moving westward from Frederick to throw itself upon his line of communications with Virginia, and the object was, as I have stated, simply to arrest this supposed plan on the east side of the mountain. By reason of the absence of the cavalry, his own army, marching eastward from Chambersburg and southward from Carlisle, came unexpectedly on the Federal advance on the first day of July. Marshall said that Lee countermanded his orders to Ewell and Hill to move to the Susquehanna and ordered them to Gettysburg in order to counteract a movement against his communications. He did not mention Lee's letter of 7:30 a.m., June 28, which contradicts the story of the spy at Chambersburg on the night of June 28. That letter shows that when it was written, Lee thought that Hooker's army was still holding the gaps in Maryland, and had not heard that it had been withdrawn to Frederick. Lee does not appear to have been uneasy about his communications. Instead of ordering Ewell to proceed to Harrisburg, he directed him to return to Cashtown. It is inconceivable that he could have ordered A. P. Hill to cross the Susquehanna and threaten Philadelphia, and at the same time should have ordered Early at York to come back to the Cumberland Valley. They would have passed each other marching in opposite directions. If the 7:30 a.m. letter should have been dated the 29th, as has been suggested, then neither of Lee's letters to Ewell could have reached him at Carlisle, as he would have left there before they arrived. Lee had written to Mr. Davis that he would have to abandon his communications, but if Hooker had moved west to intercept them, I'm sure that General Lee would have imitated Napoleon at Austerlitz and marched to Washington. Lee's report on the Gettysburg campaign was published immediately and made a deep and almost indelible impression. It is really a lawyer's brief, and shows the skill of the advocate in the art of suppression and suggestion. Stuart's report, dated August 20, 1863, is a respectful answer, but it was buried in the Confederate archives. General Lee made a more elaborate report, in January 1864, which repeated the implications of the first in regard to the cavalry, but contradicted what it said about his orders for the concentration at Gettysburg. Of course, he knew his own orders as well in July as in January. Now, the essence of the complaint against Stuart is that the cavalry, the eyes of an army, were improperly absent, that the Confederate army was ordered by Lee to Gettysburg, and Colonel Marshall and Lee's Assistant Adjutant General, Colonel Walter Taylor, said, and the report implies, ran unexpectedly against the enemy. But the charge falls to the ground when Lee's second report admits that the army was not ordered to Gettysburg, and that the force that went there was only making a reconnaissance. However, the report does not say that there was any order for a reconnaissance or any necessity for making one. Neither does it explain why Hill did not come back to Cashtown, nor why Lee followed him to Gettysburg. Hill's report says that on the 30th he sent a dispatch to General Lee telling him that the enemy held Gettysburg. A collision, then, could not be unexpected, if he went there. If, as Lee's report says, the spy brought news on the 28th that the Union army was at Frederick, it could not have been expected to stand still, nor a surprise to learn that it was moving north. But there is even less color to the truth or justice in the complaint when it is known that the story that a spy diverted the army from Harrisburg is a fable, and that Hill and Heth went off without orders and without Lee's knowledge on a raid and precipitated a battle. There is a satisfactory explanation for Stuart's absence that day, but a man who has to make an explanation is always at a disadvantage. Colonel Taylor does not seem to have known where Lee's headquarters were on the morning of July 1, for he said that A.P. Hill had a conference at Cashtown with General Lee before he started. If so, Lee was responsible for the blunder. Hill's and Heth's reports say that they left Cashtown at 5 a.m. and soon ran against the enemy. Lee's headquarters were then 10 miles distant west of the mountain at Greenwood. There was no long-distance phone over which he might talk with Hill. That morning Lee wrote to Imboden in his rear and said, "My headquarters for the present will be at Cashtown, east of the mountain." This letter is copied in his dispatch book in the handwriting of Colonel Marshall, who wrote Lee's report, which states that Lee at Chambersburg, after the spy came in, ordered the army to Gettysburg and was unprepared for battle when the armies met, placing the blame on Stuart. Yet this dispatch shows that on the morning of July 1 the army had not been ordered to Gettysburg. Lee would not have had his headquarters at one place and his army 8 miles off at another. Lee started during the day for Cashtown, as he told Imboden he would, and, when crossing the mountain, was surprised to hear the ominous sound of battle. He passed through Cashtown at full speed and never saw the place again. His surprise was not at the enemy being at Gettysburg, but that a part of his army was there. It is remarkable that Colonel Taylor, who was in close relations with General Lee, did not even mention a projected movement to Harrisburg that was arrested by a spy. Lee's report omits all reference to Ewell's march in advance of the army to the Susquehanna, and the order to Stuart to leave the army in Virginia and join him. As it complains that by the route he chose around the Union army communication with him was broken, it is natural to conclude from this statement that Stuart disobeyed orders to keep in communication with Lee. The report speaks of Ewell's entering Maryland and says that Longstreet and Hill followed and that the columns were reunited at Hagerstown. The inference is that the three corps united at that place and that Stuart was directed to join them in Maryland. The fact is that Ewell was then some days in advance in Pennsylvania, and that the three corps united on the field of Gettysburg. Stuart, says the report, was left to guard the passes, observe the movements of the enemy, and harass and impede him if he attempted to cross the Potomac. In that event, Hooker's crossing, he was directed to move into Maryland, crossing the Potomac east or west of the Blue Ridge, as in his judgment should be best, and take position on the right of our column as it advanced. Stuart's crossing the Potomac did not depend on Hooker's crossing, and he had no such instructions. Lee's orders to Stuart's, which I repeat, were: in either case, after crossing the river, whether you go by the eastern or western route, you must move on and feel the right of Ewell's troops, collecting information, provisions, etc. The report states a part of the truth in saying that Stuart had the discretion to cross the Potomac east or west of the Blue Ridge, but it omits the whole truth, and that he also had authority to pass by the enemy's rear. That was the only route he could go if he crossed east of the ridge. As the report complains of the Union army being interposed and preventing communication with him by the route he went, the inference is that Stuart violated orders in passing by the enemy's rear. Stuart had no orders, as stated in the report, about guarding the gaps, impeding the enemy, and reporting his movements, nor to watch Hooker in Virginia and forage for Ewell on the Susquehanna. Such an expectation implies a belief that Stuart possessed a supernatural genius. The report speaks of Stuart's efforts to impede the progress of the Northern army. He made no such efforts. He had no such orders. It impeded him. The report makes no mention of the use that Lee and Longstreet made of the 2 cavalry brigades which Stuart left with them. They must have done their duty, for there was no complaint that they did not. to return to Lee at Chambersburg. On the night of the 27th he had written to Ewell at Carlisle that Hooker had crossed the Potomac and was in the Middletown Valley at the east end of the Gaps, and directed him to return to Chambersburg. It was time to concentrate the army. But Lee changed his mind, and at 7:30 A.M. on the 28th he again wrote Ewell, repeating what he had told him in the "last night" letter about Hooker, but directed him to move south by the pike and east of the mountain. He did not mention Meade, who had not then been placed in command. The letter is indefinite as to the point of concentration. That was evidently a precaution in the event of its capture. Such an important dispatch would be sent by a staff officer so that he might explain it orally, and as they were in the enemy's country, he would have a cavalry escort. Ewell sent a copy of this dispatch by a staff officer to Early, 36 miles away at York. It could not have been written after the night of the 27th. Early said that he received it on the evening of the 29th and started the next morning to unite with Ewell west of the mountain. But during the day he met a courier with a dispatch from Ewell, informing him of the change of destination. This statement proves that Ewell at Carlisle received 2 letters from Lee. Although he sent a copy of Lee's first order to Early, in his report Ewell only referred to the second order, under which he marched with Rodes's division for Cashtown. Edward Johnson's division left Carlisle for Chambersburg on the morning of the 29th, before the second order arrived, and marched to Green Village, 20 miles, that day. Lee's dispatch of the night of the 27th could not have reached Carlisle before the evening of the 28th. If it had been written on the night of the 28th, it could not have reached Ewell before he got to Harrisburg. The trains probably started back that night, before Edward Johnson left, as they were passing Chambersburg at midnight on the 29th. They probably halted in the heat of the day, as was the custom, to rest and feed the animals. Lee directed Ewell, if he received the second order in time, to move south with the trains by the eastern route. So it is clear that Early's and Johnson's divisions marched in accordance with the order of the 27th, which Ewell did not mention. Early said that he met Ewell that evening, June 30, with Rodes's division near Heidlersburg. Rodes told him that Cashtown was to be the point of concentration and that he was to march there the next morning. On July 1, Ewell had started, with Rodes's and Early's division, on the road to Cashtown, when he received a note from Hill that turned him off to Gettysburg. Ewell left Carlisle with Rodes's division on the 30th, after he had received Lee's second letter, changing his destination. Ewell said, "I was starting on the 29th for that place (Harrisburg), when ordered by the general commanding to join the main body at Cashtown, near Gettysburg." Although 2 of his divisions marched under the first order, Ewell's report speaks only of the second order. He is clearly inaccurate in saying that the second order to move south to Cashtown was the cause of his halting at Carlisle. He had already been halted by the first order. On this lapse of the pen is based the quibble that the date, June 27, of Lee's letter to Ewell is wrong, and Edward Johnson's division had started back to Chambersburg. The time of the marching of Ewell's 3 divisions accords with the dates of the 2 letters and proves that before the spy is alleged to have appeared, the night of the 28th, Lee had sent orders to Ewell to return to Chambersburg, and that he afterwards directed him to Cashtown. In these letters he told Ewell where Hooker's, not Meade's, army was. Again, Lee's report says that as the spy had informed him on the night of the 28th that the head of Hooker's column had reached the South Mountain, which was a menace to his communications, he resolved to concentrate at Gettysburg, east of the mountains, to prevent his further progress, and that he issued orders accordingly. But Lee, on the night of the 27th and morning of the 28th, had directed the army to return. As he ordered Ewell back to Chambersburg on the night of the 27th, and then to Cashtown on the morning of the 28th, the statement that he was preparing to move on to Harrisburg when the spy came in on the night of the 28th and brought news that Hooker was in pursuit cannot stand the test of reason.
If the order to Ewell to return had been issued after the spy is alleged to have come in, it would not have overtaken Ewell before he got to Harrisburg. Nor could the order to concentrate at Cashtown have been the consequence of news brought by the alleged spy, as it had been issued before it is said that the spy came. If Gettysburg had been Lee's objective, he could easily have occupied it on the 29th, before Meade left Frederick. As Lee's Chambersburg letter contradicts his report, his biographers did not mention it. Lee's second report speaks of 2 cavalry brigades being in Virginia to guard the gaps, and says that as soon as it was known that the enemy was in Maryland, orders were sent to them to join the army. They were not put there to guard the gaps, for the gaps did not need a guard. Their instructions were to watch and report the movements of the enemy to General Lee and to follow on the flank of the army when the enemy moved from their front. On the night of June 27, Hooker's rear guard crossed the river, and on the 29th the 2 cavalry brigades crossed the Blue Ridge and arrived at Chambersburg on the night of July 2. If an order was sent for them after the spy came in, as the report says, it could not have reached them on the 29th, in Loudoun County, Virginia, before they started. They marched in accordance with Stuart's orders. The allegation is that the Confederate army was surprised at Gettysburg on account of the absence of the cavalry. The gist of the complaint is that Gettysburg was Lee's objective, as his first report says, that the leading divisions of Hill's corps ran unexpectedly against the enemy there, and that he had to fight a battle under duress to save his trains. The trains were then in the Cashtown Pass, and Longstreet's corps and Imboden's command were at the western end of it, while Lee with 2 corps was at the other end. Now the party surprised is, as a rule, the party attacked. But in the 3 days' fighting around Gettysburg, Lee's army was the assailant all the time, and got the better of it on the first and second days. If Lee had selected Gettysburg as a battleground, it is strange that he should apologize for fighting there. General Lee was surprised by A.P. Hill, not by the enemy. It is a curious thing that Lee's report should have shielded A.P. Hill and Heth, who broke up his plan of campaign. It is not claimed that Lee needed cavalry in the battle, but before the battle, to bring him intelligence. How he suffered in this respect his report does not indicate, but it says that the spy told him where the enemy was on the night of the 28th, when Meade's army was 50 miles away at Frederick. If this was the case, Lee had ample time to concentrate at Gettysburg. If he had this information, it is immaterial how he got it. Nobody can show that Lee did anything or left anything undone for want of information the cavalry could have given him. Stuart was absent from the battlefield on the first day because he was away doing his duty under orders, and 2 divisions of Meade's cavalry were in pursuit of him. Lee and Longstreet were absent from the field on that day because they did not expect a battle at Gettysburg, and did not have foreknowledge of what Hill and Heth were going to do. While the spy that is alleged to have appeared on the stage at night and to have changed the program of invasion is an invention for dramatic effect, a spy did appear in a commonplace way 2 days afterwards, when the army was on the march to Cashtown. He brought interesting but unimportant news. Colonel Fremantle, an English officer and a guest at Longstreet's headquarters, said in his diary, June 30th, Tuesday. We marched from Chambersburg 6 miles on the road towards Gettysburg. In the evening General Longstreet told me that he had just received intelligence that Hooker had been disrated and Meade was appointed in his place. In another item Fremantle alluded to a spy. So it was on the 30th, after Lee had left Chambersburg, and not on the 28th of June, that a spy reported. Longstreet had a picture of the spy in his book, and under it was inscribed that he brought the first news that Meade was in command. The report makes news brought by a spy the cause of what had occurred before it was brought. Marshall said that the spy appeared at headquarters on the night of the 28th and told of the change of commanders, and he also said how much surprised Lee was to hear that Hooker had crossed the Potomac, and that he spoke of returning to Virginia. Now, it is between 50 and 60 miles from Frederick City, where Meade took command of the army on the afternoon of that day, June 28th, to Chambersburg. The order for the change was kept a secret until it was published that evening. Every road, path, and gap was closely picketed. The spirit in Manfred that rode on the wind and left the hurricane behind might have made the trip in that time, but no mortal could have done it. In this use of a spy, the author of the report imitated a Greek dramatist who brought down a god from the clouds to assist in the catastrophe of his tragedies. Lee's report says that the spy informed him that the Union army had reached South Mountain. It was there when Lee was in Maryland. But if the spy had just come out of Hooker's lines, as Marshall said, and told of the change in commanders, he would also have told that the army had been withdrawn from the mountain on the 27th and had marched east to Frederick City. Lee's letter to Ewell speaks of Hooker's army, which shows that he had not heard of any change of commanders when it was written, and there had not been, and he does not mention Meade. The tale of the spy must take its place with Banquo's ghost and other theatrical fictions. On June 30th, Heth, with his division, was at Cashtown, and sent Pettigrew with his brigade to Gettysburg to get a lot of shoes that was said to be there. When Pettigrew got in sight of the place, he saw a body of cavalry coming in, so he returned and reported to Heth, who proposed to go there the next morning. The cavalry was Buford's division, which kept close to Meade's left flank. At 5 a.m. on July 1st, Hill, with Heth's and Pender's divisions and artillery, left camp for Gettysburg in the same spirit of adventure that took Earl Percy to hunt the deer at Chevy Chase. They evidently intended to raid and to return to camp and meet Lee that evening. All of the impedimenta were left behind. General Lee would be at Cashtown that day, and the army would be concentrated by evening. Lee said that he had no idea of taking the offensive. Heth's leading brigade, Archer's, soon ran against Buford's pickets. The latter fought his cavalry dismounted and checked Heth until Reynolds arrived. Reynolds had left his camp early that morning for Gettysburg before Meade's order had come to retire to Pipe Creek. Heth's report reads, It may not be improper to remark that at this time, 9 o'clock on the morning of July 1st, I was ignorant of what force was at or near Gettysburg, and supposed it consisted of cavalry, most probably supported by a brigade or two of infantry. Archer and Davis were now directed to advance, the object being to feel the enemy, to make a forced reconnaissance, and determine in what force they were, whether or not he was massing his forces on Gettysburg. Heavy columns of the enemy were soon encountered. General Davis was unable to hold his position. Archer's brigade was soon shattered, and he and a large portion of his brigade were captured. If Heth had any curiosity about the enemy being there in force, he and Hill ought now to have been satisfied and should have retired, that is, if they were only seeking information. But Pender's division was now put in to support Heth's and was faring no better. Hill would have been driven back to Cashtown, but Ewell, without orders, came to his relief and won the day. Early's division gave the final stroke as he did at Bull Run. Hill said that his division was so exhausted that it could not join in pursuit of the enemy. Yet he called the affair, which had lasted nearly a whole day, a reconnaissance, just to conceal his blunder. After the war, Heth published an article in which he said nothing about their making a reconnaissance, but that they went for shoes. He claimed that he and Hill were surprised and said it was on account of the want of cavalry, yet both said they knew the enemy was there. The want of cavalry might have been a good reason for not going there. It was a poor one for going. Heth did not pretend that he and Hill had orders to go to Gettysburg, nor was there any necessity for their going. All that the army had to do was to live on the country and wait for the enemy at Cashtown Pass, as Lee intended to do. The truth is that General Lee was so compromised by his corps commanders that he stayed on the field and fought the battle on a point of honor. To withdraw would have had the appearance of defeat, and have given the moral effect of a victory to the enemy. A shallow criticism has objected that Lee repeated Hooker's operation with his cavalry at Chancellorsville. Both Lee and Hooker did right. Both retained sufficient cavalry with the main body for observation and outpost duty. The difference in the conditions was that Lee sent Stuart to join Ewell, and the damage he could do on the way would be simply incidental to the march. Hooker's object in detaching his cavalry, on the other hand, was to destroy Lee's supplies and communications. With his superior numbers, Hooker had a right to calculate on defeating Lee, and in that event his cavalry would bar Lee's retreat as Grant's did at Appomattox. That the inventions of the staff officers have been accepted by historians as true is the most remarkable thing in literary history since the Chatterton forgeries, but the history of the world is a record of judgments reversed. I have told in brief the story of Gettysburg, of the way in which defeat befell the great Confederate commander, and have criticized the report which has his signature, but which it is well known was written by another. It does as great injustice to Lee as to Stuart. Lee may have had so much confidence in the writer that he signed it without reading it, or if it was read to him, he was in the mental condition of the dying gladiator in the Colosseum. His mind was with his heart, and that was far away. Stuart was the protagonist in the great drama, and no other actor performed his part so well. In a late work by Colonel Furse of the English army, we read, Stuart was a genial man of gay spirits and energetic habits, popular with his men and trusted by his superiors as no other officer in the Confederate army. His authority was exercised mildly but firmly. No man in the South was better qualified to mold the wild element he controlled into soldiers. His raids made him a lasting name, and his daring exploits will ever find a record alongside the deeds of the most famous cavalry leaders. He was mortally wounded in an encounter with Sheridan's cavalry at Yellow Tavern, May 1864, and died a few days afterwards. I will add that after General Lee lost Stuart, he had no cavalry corps and no chief of cavalry. No one was there who could bend the bow of Ulysses. And these are deeds which should not pass away, and names that must not wither, though the earth forgets her empire with a just decay. The defense of Stuart's conduct in the Gettysburg campaign occupied Mosby's study and thought over a considerable period of years. His championship of his beloved chief resulted in various controversies, to some of which acrimonious may be truthfully applied, as well as in considerable writing and publication on the subject. The account given in these pages was his final work and seems to answer all criticisms which had been aimed at his conclusions. The following letter to Mrs. Stuart explains, in a measure, some of his work on the Gettysburg campaign and the discussions which followed. Washington, D.C., June 9, 1915. Mrs. General J.E.B. Stuart. Dear Mrs. Stuart, I have received your letter in reply to mine inquiring if you have any unpublished correspondence left by General Stuart which I might use in my memoirs of the war which I am preparing. I return McClellan's letter, which is dated March 22, 1899. Footnote: Major H. B. McClellan, author of The Life and Campaigns of General Stuart, Boston and Richmond, 1885. End of footnote. He claims credit for having first published, in reply to Colonel Marshall, General Lee's and Longstreet's orders to General Stuart which authorized him to go the route in rear of Hooker's army in the Gettysburg campaign. Governor Stuart and you know that this is not true. In the winter of 1886-87 I was in Washington settling my accounts as consul at Hong Kong. Longstreet about that time had an article in the Century charging General Stuart with disobedience of orders, and Long's Memoirs of Lee also appeared about the same time with a similar charge. As I knew the inside history of the transaction and that the charge was false, I went to the office where the Confederate archives were kept and got permission to examine them. The 3 volumes of the Gettysburg records had not then been published. Colonel Scott gave me a large envelope that had the reports and correspondence of the campaign on printed slips. Very soon I discovered Lee's and Longstreet's instructions to Stuart to do the very thing that he did. I was delighted, and so expressed myself to Colonel Scott. He was surprised that McClellan had made no use of them, and told me that McClellan had spent several days in his office and that he had given him the same envelope and papers that he had given me. I told Mr. Henry Stuart, whom I met at the National Hotel, all about my discovery and that I should reply to Longstreet and publish this evidence to contradict him and Long. I also wrote to Mr. William A. Stuart and to McClellan of my discovery and told them that I should reply to Longstreet. Mr. Stuart advised me to publish what I had discovered. These documents, with a communication from me, appeared in the Century about May or June, 1887. See Battles and Leaders. In 1896, Colonel Charles Marshall delivered a violent philippic on General Lee's birthday against General Stuart. He imputed to Stuart's disobedience all the blame for the Gettysburg disaster. I replied to Marshall's attack in a syndicated article which was published in Richmond and Boston, and again published Lee's and Longstreet's instructions to Stuart. With this article I also published for the first time Lee's letter to Ewell, written from Chambersburg on June 28, 1863, which exploded the mythical story of the spy on which Marshall had built his fabric of fiction. Some time after my article appeared, in reply to Marshall, McClellan also published a reply to him with the documents which I had published 9 years before in the Century. But McClellan, like Lee's biographers, were silent about the Chambersburg letter. That it contradicts Lee's report, which Marshall wrote, is admitted by Stuart's critics, but to avoid the effect of it they say the date in the records is wrong. The only evidence they produce is that the report written a month afterward is not consistent with the letter. That was the reason I published the letter. But I have demonstrated that the time that a copy of it was received by Early from Ewell and the marching of Ewell's divisions in accordance with it confirm the correctness of the date. McClellan says that Marshall had not dared to answer him, and I can say that although I was the first to attack him, he never dared to answer me. He also speaks of John C. Ropes of Boston having written him that his answer was conclusive. But Mr. Ropes had read my article in the Boston Herald and had written me the same thing a month before McClellan's appeared. Some years before, I had read a review by Ropes of McClellan's Life of Stuart, in which he seemed to be very friendly to Stuart, but he said that McClellan had made a very unsatisfactory defense of him on the Gettysburg campaign. I then wrote to Ropes and sent him Bedford's Magazine, October to November, 1891, with an article of mine that had Stuart's orders from Lee and Longstreet. Ropes wrote me that my article had changed his opinion, and that in the next volume of his history his views would conform to mine. Unfortunately, he died before the volume was finished. So you see how unfounded McClellan's claim of precedence is. His book, as I told Mr. Henry Stuart nearly 30 years ago, does General Stuart great injustice. It deprives him of the credit of the ride around McClellan. I heard Fitz Lee urge General Stuart not to go on. It defends Fitz Lee against the just criticism of Stuart's report for his disobedience of orders that saved Pope's army from ruin and came near getting Stuart and myself captured. And it represents the great cavalry combat and victory at Brandy as a successful reconnaissance by Pleasanton, which means that he voluntarily recrossed the Rappahannock after he had accomplished his object, and not because he was defeated. Very truly yours, signed, John S. Mosby. End of chapter. Chapter 13 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 13. The Year After Gettysburg. The period between the Battle of Gettysburg and the arrival of Sheridan in Shenandoah Valley in August 1864 was one of incessant activity on the part of Mosby's command. Scouts, raids, and pitched battles followed each other in rapid succession. Mosby destroyed supply trains, broke up the means of conveying intelligence, thus isolating troops from their base, and confused plans by capturing dispatches, while at the same time compelling the use of large numbers of the enemy's troops to protect Washington and the Potomac. Attracted by the chance of booty and desire for adventure, without the irksome duties of camp life, brave and dashing spirits were drawn to Mosby's battalion until the 15 men with whom he had started his partisan warfare became 5 companies, regularly mustered into the Confederate service. The main events of these months are told in the following reports which Colonel Mosby made to his superiors. Unlike the formal report of the war records, these records are permeated by the zeal and enthusiasm for his partisan warfare, to which was due in large measure Mosby's striking success. The spirit of the man, his boundless energy, and the unbridled zest with which he made war on his country's foes are reflected in every line of his official story. Report Mosby to Stuart, July, 1863. I sent you in charge of Sergeant Beatty 141 prisoners that we captured from the enemy during their march through this county. I also sent off 45 several days ago. Included in the number, 1 major, 1 captain, and 2 lieutenants. I also captured 125 horses and mules, 12 wagons, only 3 of which I was able to destroy, 50 sets of fine harness, arms, etc., etc. Report Mosby to Stuart, Fauquier County, Virginia, August 4, 1863. I send over in charge of Sergeant Beatty about 30 prisoners captured on an expedition into Fairfax, from which I have just returned. Most of them were taken at Paget's near Alexandria. I also captured about 30 wagons, brought off about 70 horses and mules, having only 10 men with me. We lost a good many on the way back, as we were compelled to travel narrow, unfrequented paths. Among the captures were 3 sutlers' wagons. At Fairfax Court House a few nights ago I captured 29 loaded sutlers' wagons, about 100 prisoners, and 140 horses. I had brought all off safely near Aldie, where I fell in with a large force of the enemy's cavalry, who recaptured them. The enemy had several hundred. I had only 27 men. We killed and captured several. My loss, 1 wounded and captured. Report Mosby to Stuart, Culpeper, August 20, 1863. On Tuesday, August 11, I captured a train of 19 wagons near Annandale, in Fairfax County. We secured the teams and a considerable portion of the most valuable stores, consisting of saddles, bridles, harness, etc. We took about 25 prisoners. Report Mosby to Stuart, September 30, 1863. On the morning of August 24th, with about 30 men, I reached a point, Annandale, immediately on the enemy's line of communication. Leaving the whole command, except 3 men who accompanied me, in the woods, concealed, I proceeded on a reconnaissance along the railroad to ascertain if there were any bridges unguarded. I discovered there were 3. I returned to the command just as a drove of horses with a cavalry escort of about 50 men were passing. These I determined to attack, and to wait until night to burn the bridges. I ordered Lieutenant Turner to take half of the men and charge them in front, while with the remainder I attacked the rear. In the meantime the enemy had been joined by another party, making their number about 63. When I overtook them they had dismounted at Gooding's Tavern to water their horses. My men went at them with a yell that terrified the Yankees and scattered them in all directions. A few, taking shelter under cover of the houses, opened fire upon us. They were soon silenced, however. At the very moment when I had succeeded in routing them, I was compelled to retire from the fight, having been shot through the side and thigh. My men, not understanding it, followed me, which gave time to the Yankees to escape to the woods. But for this accident the whole party would have been captured. As soon as I perceived this, I ordered the men to go back, which a portion of them did, just as Lieutenant Turner, who had met and routed another force above, came gallantly charging up. Over 100 horses fell into our possession, though a good many were lost in bringing them out at night. Also 12 prisoners, arms, etc. I learned that 6 of the enemy were killed. In this affair my loss was 2 killed and 3 wounded. I afterwards directed Lieutenant Turner to burn the bridges. He succeeded in burning one. During my absence from the command, Lieutenant Turner attacked an outpost of the enemy near Waterloo, killing 2 and capturing 4 men and 27 horses. About September 15 he captured 3 wagons, 20 horses, 7 prisoners, and a large amount of sutlers' goods near Warrenton Junction. On the 20th and 21st instant, I conducted an expedition along the enemy's line of communication, in which important information obtained was forwarded to the army headquarters, and I succeeded in capturing 9 prisoners and 21 fine horses and mules. On the 27th and 28th instant, I made a reconnaissance in the vicinity of Alexandria, capturing Colonel Delaney, aide to the bogus Governor Pierpont, several horses, and burning the railroad bridge across Cameron's Run, which was immediately under cover of the guns of 2 forts. The military value of the species of warfare I have waged is not measured by the number of prisoners and material of war captured from the enemy, but by the heavy detail it has already compelled him to make, and which I hope to make him increase, in order to guard his communications, and to that extent diminish his aggressive strength. Endorsements. Headquarters, Cavalry Corps, October 5, 1863. Respectfully forwarded, and recommend that Major Mosby be promoted another grade in recognition of his valuable services. The capture of these prominent Union officials, as well as the destruction of bridges, trains, etc., was the subject of special instructions which he is faithfully carrying out. Signed, J. E. B. Stuart, Major General. Headquarters, November 17, 1863. Respectfully forwarded. Major Mosby is entitled to great credit for his boldness and skill in his operations against the enemy. He keeps them in constant apprehension and inflicts repeated injuries. I have hoped that he would have been able to raise his command sufficiently for the command of a lieutenant colonel, and to have it regularly mustered into the service. I am not aware that it numbers over 4 companies. Signed, R. E. Lee, General. Letter to Mrs. Mosby. Fauquier County, October 1, 1863. My dearest Pauline, just returned from a raid. I went down in the suburbs of Alexandria and burned a railroad bridge in a quarter of a mile of 2 forts and directly in range of their batteries. Also captured Colonel Delaney, aide to Governor Pierpont. Delaney lives in Alexandria, has a son in my command, who was with me at the time. It was quite an amusing scene, the interview between Colonel Delaney and his son. Just as we were about leaving, the colonel sarcastically remarked to his son that he had an old pair of shoes he had better take, as he reckoned they were darned scarce in the Confederacy, whereupon the son, holding up his leg, which was encased in a fine pair of cavalry boots just captured from a sutler, asked the old man what he thought of that. I am now fixing my triggers for several good things which, if they succeed, will make a noise. Old Mrs. Shacklet is going to Baltimore next week, and I shall send for some things for you all. In Richmond I got some torpedoes, which have just arrived, and my next trip I shall try to blow up a railroad train. Went to see the Secretary of War. He spoke in the highest terms of the services of my command, said he read all my official reports. Also saw old General Lee. He was very kind to me, and expressed the greatest satisfaction at the conduct of my command. Report, Mosby to Stuart, October 19, 1863. On Thursday, 15th, came down into Fairfax, where I have been operating ever since in the enemy's rear. I have captured over 100 horses and mules, several wagons loaded with valuable stores, and between 75 and 100 prisoners, arms, equipments, etc. Among the prisoners were 3 captains and 1 lieutenant. I had a sharp skirmish yesterday with double my number of cavalry near Annandale, in which I routed them, capturing the captain commanding and 6 or 7 men and horses. I have so far sustained no loss. It has been my object to detain the troops that are occupying Fairfax, by annoying their communications and preventing them from operating in front. I contemplate attacking a cavalry camp at Falls Church tomorrow night. Report, Mosby to Stuart. November 6, 1863. I returned yesterday from a scout in the neighborhood of Catlett's. I was accompanied by Captain Smith and 2 men of my command. We killed Kilpatrick's division commissary and captured an adjutant, 4 men, 6 horses, etc. Kilpatrick's division, now reported unfit for duty, lies around Weaverville. I sent you 4 cavalry on Wednesday captured by my scouts. Report, Mosby to Stuart. November 22, 1863. Since rendering my report of the 5th instant, we have captured about 75 of the enemy's cavalry, over 100 horses and mules, 6 wagons, a considerable number of arms, equipments, etc. It would be too tedious to mention in detail the various affairs in which these captures have been made, but I would omit the performance of a pleasant duty if I failed to bring to your notice the bold onset of Captain Smith, when, with only about 40 men, he dashed into the enemy's camp of 150 cavalry near Warrenton, killed some 8 or 10, wounded a number, brought off 9 prisoners, 27 horses, arms, equipments, etc. In various other affairs, several of the enemy have been killed and wounded. I have sustained no loss. Report, Mosby to Stuart. January 4, 1864. I have the honor to report that during the month of December there were captured by this command over 100 horses and mules and about 100 prisoners. A considerable number of the enemy have also been killed and wounded. It would be too tedious to mention the various occasions on which we have met the enemy, but there is one which justice to a brave officer demands to be noticed. On the morning of January 1st, I received information that a body of the enemy's cavalry were in Upperville. It being the day on which my command was to assemble, I directed Captain William R. Smith to take command of the men while I went directly toward Upperville to ascertain the movements of the enemy. In the meantime the enemy had gone on toward Rectortown, and I pursued, but came up just as Captain Smith with about 35 men had attacked and routed them, 75 strong, killing, wounding, and capturing 57. Endorsements. Headquarters Cavalry Corps, February 13, 1864. Respectfully forwarded. A subsequent report of subsequent operations has been already sent in, this having been mislaid. Major Mosby continues his distinguished services in the enemy's rear, relieving our people of the depredations of the enemy in a great measure. Signed, J. E. B. Stuart, Major General. February 15, 1864. A characteristic report from Colonel Mosby, who has become so familiar with brave deeds as to consider them too tedious to treat, unless when necessary to reflect glory on his gallant comrades. Captain Smith's was a brilliant and most successful affair. Signed, J. A. Seddon, Secretary of War. Report, Mosby to Stuart, February 1, 1864. On Wednesday, January 6, having previously reconnoitred in person the position of the enemy, I directed Lieutenant Turner, with a detachment of about 30 men, to attack an outpost of the enemy in the vicinity of Warrenton, which he did successfully, routing a superior force of the enemy, killing and wounding several, and capturing 18 prisoners and 42 horses, with arms, equipments, etc. On Saturday, January 9, having learned through Frank Stringfellow, Stuart's scout, that Cole's Maryland cavalry was encamping on Loudon Heights, with no supports but infantry, which was about 1/2 mile off, I left Upperville with about 100 men, in hopes of being able to completely surprise his camp by a night attack. By marching my command by file along a narrow path, I succeeded in gaining a position in the rear of the enemy, between their camp and the ferry. On reaching this point, without creating any alarm, I deemed that the crisis had passed and the capture of the enemy a certainty. I had exact information up to dark of that evening of the number of the enemy, which was between 175 and 200, the position of their headquarters, etc. When within 200 yards of the camp, I sent Stringfellow on ahead with about 10 men to capture Major Cole and staff, whose headquarters were in a house about 100 yards from their camp, while I halted to close up my command. The camp was buried in a profound sleep, there was not a sentinel awake. All my plans were on the eve of consummation, when suddenly the party sent with Stringfellow came dashing over the hill toward the camp, yelling and shooting. They had made no attempt to secure Cole. Mistaking them for the enemy, I ordered my men to charge. In the meantime, the enemy had taken the alarm and received us with a volley from their carbines. A severe fight ensued, in which they were driven from their camp, but, taking refuge in the surrounding houses, kept up a desultory firing. Confusion and delay having ensued from the derangement of my plans, consequent on the alarm given to the enemy, rendered it hazardous to continue in my position, as reinforcements were near the enemy. Accordingly, I ordered the men to retire, which was done in good order, bringing off 6 prisoners and between 50 and 60 horses. My loss was severe, more so in the worth than the number of the slain. It was 4 killed, 7 wounded, of whom 4 have since died, and 1 captured. A published list of the enemy's loss gives it at 5 killed and 13 wounded. Among those who fell on this occasion were Captain William R. Smith and Lieutenant Turner, 2 of the noblest and bravest officers of this army, who thus sealed a life of devotion and of sacrifice to the cause they loved. In numerous other affairs with the enemy, between 75 and 100 horses and mules have been captured, about 40 men killed, wounded, and captured. A party of this command also threw one of the enemy's trains off the track, causing a great smash-up. Endorsement. Headquarters Cavalry Corps, February 9, 1864. Respectfully forwarded. The conduct of Major Mosby is warmly commended to the notice of the commanding general. His sleepless vigilance and unceasing activity have done the enemy great damage. He keeps a large force of the enemy's cavalry continually employed in Fairfax in the vain effort to suppress his inroads. His exploits are not surpassed in daring and enterprise by those of Petite Guerre in any age. Unswerving devotion to duty, self-abnegation, and unflinching courage, with a quick perception and appreciation of the opportunity, are the characteristics of this officer. Since I first knew him in 1861, he has never once alluded to his own rank or promotion. Thus far it has come by the force of his own merit. While self-consciousness of having done his duty well is the patriot soldier's best reward, yet the evidence of the appreciation of his country is a powerful incentive to renewed effort, which should not be undervalued by those who have risen to the highest point of military and civic eminence. That evidence is promotion. If Major Mosby has not won it, no more can daring deeds essay to do it. Signed, J. E. B. Stuart, Major General. One of those wounded in a fight at Dranesville, February 22, was Baron von Massow, who later became the chief of cavalry in the Imperial German army. Von Massow was the son of the chamberlain to the King of Prussia, and came to America to see some fighting. He offered his services to General Stuart, who sent him to Mosby. In the Dranesville fight, Mosby's command charged a California regiment from 2 directions and routed it. The Baron was fighting with the rest when he espied Captain Reed of the Californians. Von Massow made a rush at Reed, as if he were about to chop his head off with his sword. The Prussian clung to the sword in a fight instead of using a revolver, as did the rest of Mosby's men. Captain Reed was caught so that he could not defend himself, and made a motion which the Baron interpreted as a sign of surrender. The latter signed for Reed to go to the rear and rode on into the melee. As he turned his back, Reed drew a revolver and shot him. At almost the same instant Captain Chapman, who had seen the incident and divined the Californian's intention to shoot, drew his revolver and shot Captain Reed. Reed was instantly killed, and von Massow was so seriously injured that he was never able to rejoin Mosby's command. Report. Mosby to Lieutenant Colonel Taylor, Assistant Adjutant General. September 11, 1864. On March 10th, with a detachment of about 40 men, I defeated a superior force of the enemy's cavalry near Greenwich, severely wounding 3 and capturing 9 prisoners, 10 horses, arms, etc. On the same day, Lieutenant A. E. Richards, with another detachment of about 30 men, surprised an outpost of the enemy near Charlestown, killed the major commanding and a lieutenant, several privates, and brought off 21 prisoners with their horses, arms, etc. In neither engagement did my command sustain any loss. During the months of March and April, but few opportunities were offered for making any successful attacks on the enemy, the continual annoyances to which they had been subjected during the winter causing them to exert great vigilance in guarding against surprises and interruptions of their communications. During most of these months I was myself engaged in scouting to the enemy's rear for Major General Stuart, and collecting information which was regularly transmitted to his headquarters, concerning the movements, numbers, and distribution of the enemy's forces both east and west of the Blue Ridge. During this time my men were mostly employed in collecting forage from the country bordering on the Potomac. About April 15, Captain Richards routed a marauding party of the enemy's cavalry at Waterford, killing and wounding 5 or 6, and bringing off 6 or 8 prisoners, 15 horses, arms, etc. About April 25 I attacked an outpost near Hunter's Mills in Fairfax, capturing 5 prisoners and 18 horses. The prisoners and horses were sent back under charge of Lieutenant Hunter, while I went off on a scout in another direction. The enemy pursued and captured the lieutenant and 6 of the horses. About May 1st, with a party of 10 men, I captured 8 of Sigel's wagons near Bunker Hill in the valley, but was only able to bring off the horses attached, 34 in number, and about 20 prisoners. The horses and prisoners were sent back, while with another detachment of 20 men who had joined me, I proceeded to Martinsburg, which place we entered that night, while occupied by several hundred Federal troops, and brought off 15 horses and several prisoners. Returning to my command, I learned that General Grant had crossed the Rapidan. With about 40 men I moved down the north bank of the Rappahannock to assail his communications wherever opened, and sent 2 other detachments, under Captains Richards and Chapman, to embarrass Sigel as much as possible. Captain Richards had a skirmish near Winchester in which several of them were killed and wounded. Captain Chapman attacked a wagon train, which was heavily guarded, near Strasburg, capturing about 30 prisoners with an equal number of horses, etc. Near Belle Plain, in King George, I captured an ambulance train and brought off about 75 horses and mules and 40 prisoners, etc. A few days after I made a second attempt near the same place, but discovered that my late attack had caused them to detach such a heavy force to guard their trains and line of communication that another successful attack on them was impracticable. About May 10, I attacked a cavalry outpost in the vicinity of Front Royal, capturing 1 captain and 15 men and 75 horses, and sustained no loss. About May 20, with about 150 men, I moved to the vicinity of Strasburg with a view of capturing the wagon trains of Colonel Hunter, who had then moved up the valley. When the train appeared, I discovered that it was guarded by about 600 infantry and 100 cavalry. A slight skirmish ensued between their cavalry and a part of my command, in which their cavalry was routed with a loss of 8 prisoners and horses, besides several killed, but falling back on their infantry, my men in turn fell back with a loss of 1 killed. While we did not capture the train, one great object had been accomplished, the detachment of a heavy force to guard their communications. After the above affair, only 1 wagon train ever went up to Hunter, which was still more heavily guarded. He then gave up his line of communication. After the withdrawal of the enemy's forces from northern Virginia, for several weeks but few opportunities were offered for any successful incursions upon them.
Many enterprises on a small scale were, however, undertaken by detachments of the command, of which no note has been taken. About June 20 I moved into Fairfax and routed a body of cavalry near Centreville, killing and wounding 6 or 8, and capturing 31 prisoners, securing their horses, etc. A few days afterwards we took Duffield's Depot, on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, secured about 50 prisoners, including 2 lieutenants and a large number of stores. The train had passed a few minutes before we reached the place. On my way there I had left Lieutenant Nelson, commanding Company A, at Charlestown, for the purpose of intercepting and notifying me of any approach in my rear from Harper's Ferry. As I had anticipated, a body of cavalry, largely superior in numbers to his force, moved out from that point. Lieutenant Nelson gallantly charged and routed them, killing and wounding several and taking 19 prisoners and 27 horses. We sustained no loss on this expedition. On July 4, hearing of General Early's movement down the valley, I moved with my command east of the Blue Ridge for the purpose of cooperating with him and crossed the Potomac at Point of Rocks, driving out the garrison, 250 men, strongly fortified, and securing several prisoners and horses. As I supposed it to be General Early's intention to invest Maryland Heights, I thought the best service I could render would be to sever all communications both by railroad and telegraph between that point and Washington, which I did, keeping it suspended for 2 days. As this was the first occasion on which I had used artillery, the magnitude of the invasion was greatly exaggerated by the fears of the enemy, and panic and alarm spread through their territory. I desire especially to bring to the notice of the commanding general the unsurpassed gallantry displayed by Captain Richards, commanding 1st Squadron. Our crossing was opposed by a body of infantry stationed on the Maryland shore. Dismounting a number of sharpshooters, whom I directed to wade the river above the point held by the enemy, I superintended in person the placing of my piece of artillery in position, at the same time directing Captain Richards, whenever the enemy had been dislodged by the sharpshooters and artillery, to charge across the river in order to effect their capture. The enemy were soon routed, and Captain Richards charged over, but before he could overtake them they had retreated across the canal, pulling up the bridge in their rear. My order had not, of course, contemplated their pursuit into their fortifications, but the destruction of the bridge was no obstacle to his impetuous valor, and hastily dismounting and throwing down a few planks on the sills, he charged across, under a heavy fire from a redoubt. The enemy fled panic-stricken, leaving in our possession their camp equipage, etc. On the morning of July 6, while still encamped near the Potomac, information was received that a considerable force of cavalry was at Leesburg. I immediately hastened to meet them. At Leesburg I learned that they had gone toward Aldie, and I accordingly moved on the road to Ball's Mill in order to intercept them returning to their camp in Fairfax, which I succeeded in doing, meeting them at Mount Zion Church and completely routing them, with a loss of about 80 of their officers and men left dead and severely wounded on the field, besides 57 prisoners. Their loss includes a captain and lieutenant killed and 1 lieutenant severely wounded, the major commanding and 2 lieutenants prisoners. We also secured all their horses, arms, etc. My loss was 1 killed and 6 wounded, none dangerously. After this affair, the enemy never ventured, in 2 months after, the experiment of another raid through that portion of our district. A few days afterwards I again crossed the Potomac in cooperation with General Early, and moved through Poolesville, Maryland, for the purpose of capturing a body of cavalry encamped near Seneca. They retreated, however, before we reached there, leaving all their camp equipage and a considerable amount of stores. We also captured 30 head of beef cattle. When General Early fell back from before Washington, I recrossed the Potomac near Seneca, moving thence to the Little River Pike in order to protect him from any movement up the south side of the river. The enemy moved through Leesburg in pursuit of General Early and occupied Ashby's and Snicker's Gaps. I distributed my command so as to most effectually protect the country. These detachments, under Captains Richards and Chapman and Lieutenants Glasscock, Nelson, and Hatcher, While they kept the enemy confined to the main thoroughfares and restrained their ravages, killed and captured about 300, securing their horses, etc. My own attention was principally directed to ascertaining the numbers and movements of the enemy, and forwarding the information to General Early, who was then in the Valley. At the time of the second invasion of Maryland by General Early, I moved my command to the Potomac, crossed over 3 companies at Cheek's and Noland's fords, while the remaining portion were kept in reserve on this side with the artillery, which was posted on the south bank to keep open the fords, keeping 1 company under Lieutenant Williams near the ford on the north bank. 2 were sent under Lieutenant Nelson to Adamstown on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad for the purpose of intercepting the trains from Baltimore, destroying their communications, etc. Apprehending a movement up the river from a considerable body of cavalry which I knew to be stationed below, I remained with a portion of the command guarding the fords. Lieutenant Nelson reached the road a few minutes too late to capture the train, but destroyed 2 telegraph lines. On his return he met a force of the enemy's cavalry near Monocacy, which was charged and routed by the gallant Lieutenant Hatcher, who took about 15 men and horses, besides killing and wounding several. We recrossed the river in the evening, bringing about 75 horses and between 20 and 30 prisoners. Our loss, 2 missing. The battle at Mount Zion attracted great attention at the time, especially in the North, and made the already redoubtable figure of Mosby an altogether awe-inspiring one. The capture of Major Forbes, Colonel Lowell's fighting major, was also an important incident in Mosby's life, as here began the lifelong friendship between the 2 families. The story of the battle was well told in the official report of Colonel Charles R. Lowell, Jr., 2nd Massachusetts Cavalry. The report reads as follows: Near Falls Church, Virginia, July 8, 1864. I have the honor to report Major Forbes's scout as completely as is yet possible. I have not talked with Lieutenant Cools or Captain Stone, who is badly wounded, but send what I learned on the ground. Major Forbes left here with 150 men, 100 2nd Massachusetts Cavalry, 50 13th New York Cavalry. Monday, P.M. Tuesday, A.M. went through Aldie and found all quiet toward the Gaps. Tuesday, P.M. went by Ball's Mill to Leesburg. Heard of Mosby's raid at Point of Rocks and learned that he had sent 4 or 5 wagons of plunder through Leesburg, under a guard of about 60 men, the afternoon before. Heard nothing of any other force this side of the ridge. We returned that night to the south of Goose Creek, as directed, and on Wednesday, A.M., went again by Ball's Mill to Leesburg. Still heard nothing of Mosby or any force. From what I learned from citizens, I think Mosby passed between Leesburg and the Potomac sometime on Tuesday, crossed Goose Creek, and moved westward toward Aldie on Wednesday. Learned of Major Forbes' second visit to Leesburg and laid in ambush for him at Ball's Mill. Major Forbes returned from Leesburg by Center's Mill, 4 miles above, came down by Aldie, and halted for 2 or 3 hours about 1½ miles east on the Little River Pike. When Mosby learned this, he moved south and struck the pike about 1¼ miles east of the major's position, being hidden till he had reached about ½ a mile west on that pike. Major Forbes was duly notified by his advance guard, mounted his men, and moved them from the north to the south of the pike. As the rear was crossing, Mosby fired 1 shell from his 12-pounder, which burst entirely too high. As Major Forbes formed on the south, his advance guard, which had dismounted and fired as Mosby came up, fell back, still keeping a little north of the pike, and took an excellent position somewhat on the flank. Up to this time, I think, all the dispositions were admirable. Major Forbes' 2 squadrons were formed, his 3rd squadron and rear guard not formed, but nearly so, and no confusion. Mosby's men, who were not in any order, but were down the road in a nick, had just reached the fence corner some 225 yards off, and a few had dismounted, under a fire from the advance guard, to take down the fence. When 2 panels of the fence were down, the men trotted through for about 75 yards and came gradually down to a walk, and almost halted. Major Forbes' first platoon was ordered to fire with carbines. Here was the first mistake. It created confusion among the horses, and the squadron in the rear added to it by adding a few pistol shots. Had the order been given to draw sabres and charge, the rebels would never have got their gun off, but I think Major Forbes, seeing how uneasy his horses were at the firing, must have intended to dismount some of his men. At any rate, he attempted to move the first squadron by the right flank. The rebels saw their chance, gave a yell, and our men, in the confusion of the moment, broke. The two rear squadrons went off in confusion. Attempts were made, with some success, to rally parts of the first squadron in the next field, and again near Little River Church, 1 mile off. Captain Stone was wounded here, and I believe all the non-commissioned officers of A and L companies present were wounded or killed. There was little gained. I have only to report a perfect rout and a chase for 5 to 7 miles. We lost Major Forbes, Lieutenant Amory, and Mr. Humphreys, chaplain, from 2nd Massachusetts, and Lieutenant Burns, 13th New York Cavalry, prisoners, all unhurt. Captain Stone, 2nd Massachusetts, and Lieutenant Schuyler, 13th New York, were very badly wounded. Lieutenant Kuhls alone came safely to camp. Of men we lost, killed outright, 7, 2nd Massachusetts, 5, 13th New York. Wounded, we brought in 27 and left 10 too bad to move. I fear of the wounded at least 12 will die. About 40 others have come to camp half mounted, and Mosby reported to have 44 prisoners, quite a number you will see, still unaccounted for. Some of them are probably wounded, and some still on their way to camp, and others will be made prisoners. Mosby went up toward Upperville with his prisoners and his dead and wounded about midnight Wednesday. I reached the ground about 11:30 a.m. and remained in plain sight for about 3 hours, then searched through all the woods and moved to Centreville, where I again waited an hour in hopes some stragglers would join us. We only picked up half a dozen, however. The soldiers and citizens all speak in high terms of the gallantry of the officers. Major Forbes especially remained in the first field till every man had left it, emptied his revolver, and in the second field, where Company A tried to stand, he disabled one man with a sabre and lunged through Colonel Mosby's coat. His horse was then killed and fell on his leg, pinning him till he was compelled to surrender. More than 100 horses were taken. Accoutrements, arms, etc., will also be missing. I cannot yet give the precise number. Mosby's force is variously estimated at from 175 to 200, Mrs. Davis and her daughter putting it at 250 to 300 men. I think he had probably about 200. What his loss is, I cannot say, as he picked up all his dead and wounded and took them off in the night. The Union people in Aldie report that he took them in 5 wagons. A wounded sergeant reports hearing the names of 3 or 4 spoken of as killed. One mortally wounded man was left on the ground. Mosby actually lost 7 men wounded. His force was about 175 men. I think the chance was an excellent one to whip Mosby and take his gun. I have no doubt Major Forbes thought so too, as the wounded men say there was not enough difference in number to talk about. The chance was lost. End of chapter.
Chapter 14 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 14. The Campaign Against Sheridan. According to Grant's design, Sheridan left his base at Harper's Ferry on August 10, 1864, and started up the Shenandoah Valley. Grant's main object was to cut Lee's line of communication with the Southwest, for, if this were accomplished, the inevitable result would be the fall of Richmond and the end of the war. It was immaterial whether Sheridan secured this result by defeating Early, who was defending the valley, in battle, or by pushing him south by flank movements. During this campaign of 1864, my battalion of 6 companies was the only force operating in the rear of Sheridan's army in the Shenandoah Valley. Our rendezvous was along the eastern base of the Blue Ridge, in what is known as the Piedmont region of Virginia. Fire and sword could not drive the people of that neighborhood from their allegiance to what they thought was right, and in the gloom of disaster and defeat they never wavered in their support of the Confederate cause. The main object of my campaign was to vex and embarrass Sheridan, and, if possible, to prevent his advance into the interior of the State. But my exclusive attention was not given to Sheridan, for alarm was kept up continuously by threatening Washington and occasionally crossing the Potomac. We lived on the country where we operated, and drew nothing from Richmond except the gray jackets my men wore. We were mounted, armed, and equipped entirely off the enemy, but, as we captured a great deal more than we could use, the surplus was sent to supply Lee's army. The mules we sent him furnished a large part of his transportation, and the captured sabres and carbines were turned over to his cavalry. We had no use for them. I believe I was the first cavalry commander who discarded the sabre as useless and consigned it to museums for the preservation of antiquities. My men were as little impressed by a body of cavalry charging them with sabres as though they had been armed with cornstalks. In the Napoleonic Wars, cavalry might sometimes ride down infantry armed with muzzle loaders and flintlocks, because the infantry would be broken by the momentum of the charge before more than one effective fire could be delivered. At Eylau, the French cavalry rode over the Russians in a snowstorm because the powder of the infantry was wet and they were defenseless. Fixed ammunition had not been invented. I think that my command reached the highest point of efficiency as cavalry because they were well armed with 2 6-shooters and their charges combined the effect of fire and shock. We were called bushwhackers, as a term of reproach, simply because our attacks were generally surprises, and we had to make up by celerity for lack of numbers. Now, I never resented the epithet of bushwhacker, although there was no soldier to whom it applied less, because bushwhacking is a legitimate form of war, and it is just as fair and equally heroic to fire at an enemy from behind a bush as a breastwork, or from the casemate of a fort. The Union cavalry who met us in combat knew that we always fought on the offensive in a mounted charge and with a pair of Colt's revolvers. I think we did more than any other body of men to give the Colt pistol its great reputation. A writer on the history of cavalry cites as an example of the superiority of the revolver a fight that a squadron of my command, under Captain Dolly Richards, real name Adolphus E. Richards, had in the Shenandoah Valley, in which more of the enemy were killed than the entire total by sabre in the Franco-Prussian War. But to be effective, the pistol must, of course, be used at close quarters. As I have said, during this campaign our operations were not confined to this valley. The troops belonging to the defenses of Washington and guarding the line of the Potomac were a portion of Sheridan's command. To prevent his being reinforced from this source, I made frequent attacks on the outposts in Fairfax and demonstrations along the Potomac. The 8th Illinois Cavalry, the largest and regarded as the finest regiment in the Army of the Potomac, had been brought back to Washington, largely recruited, and stationed at Seneca, or Muddy Branch, on the river above Washington. There were a number of other detachments of cavalry on the Maryland side and 2 regiments of cavalry in Fairfax. General Augur commanded at Washington. Stevenson at Harper's Ferry had 9,000 men, who were expected to keep employed in watching the canal and railroad. Sheridan wanted to take the 8th Illinois to the valley, but Augur objected, on the ground that they could not be spared from Washington. Sheridan to Augur. Harper's Ferry, August 8, 1864, the day after Sheridan took formal command of the Army of the Shenandoah. What force have you at Edwards and Noland's ferries on the Potomac? Where is Colonel Lazelle posted? Mosby has about 200 cavalry at or near Point of Rocks. Augur to Sheridan. Washington, D.C., August 3. Colonel Lazelle is posted at Falls Church, Fairfax County, and pickets from the Potomac near Difficult Creek to Orange and Alexandria Railroad. Major Waite, 8th Illinois, has near 600 cavalry along the Potomac from Great Falls to the mouth of the Monocacy, watching the different fords. Sheridan to Augur, August 8th. Can the 8th Illinois Cavalry be spared? I find that the cavalry has been so scattered up here that it is no wonder that it has not done so well. Augur to Sheridan, August 8th. The 8th Illinois is scattered worse than anything you have. The headquarters of 6 companies are in General Wallace's department. Major Waite, with 4 companies, is guarding the Potomac between Great Falls and the Monocacy. Another company is near Port Tobacco, and another is with the Army of the Potomac. I do not see how Major Waite's command can be spared, as I have no cavalry to replace it. Sheridan to Augur, August 8th. Your dispatch in reference to the 8th Illinois received. Colonel Lowell left about 600 men of Gregg's cavalry division in support of Major Waite. They moved this morning towards the mouth of the Monocacy and will remain in that vicinity. I will not change the 8th Illinois Cavalry for the present. Augur to Waite, Upper Potomac, August 8th. General Sheridan reports that Mosby, with about 300 men, is at or near the Point of Rocks. Look out well for him. Taylor to Augur, August 10th. General Sheridan has ordered concentration of the 8th Illinois Cavalry at Muddy Branch to picket the river from Monocacy to Washington. The river is well guarded from mouth of Monocacy to Harper's Ferry. Sheridan to Augur, Charlestown, August 18th. Keep scouts out in Loudoun County. I have ordered the 8th Illinois Cavalry to rendezvous at Muddy Branch Station. The line of the Potomac should be watched carefully, and information be sent to me should any raiding parties attempt to cross. Augur to Waite, August 18th. Mosby is reported to have within reach and control from 400 to 500 men and 2 pieces of artillery. It will be necessary for you to move with the utmost caution. General Lee apprehended a raid by the cavalry from Washington on the Central Railroad and instructed me, if possible, to prevent it. The only way that I could do so was to excite continual alarm in their camps. Their outposts were often attacked all along their lines on the same night. This was the only way we could keep them at home. On the same day 3 or 4 different detachments would go out, some to operate on Sheridan west of the ridge, some to keep Augur in remembrance of his duty to guard the capital. Sheridan was obviously greatly solicitous about preserving his communications, for he knew that they were weak and a vital necessity for his army. He evidently had some information which increased his anxiety about his rear. One night, when his headquarters were at Berryville, I sent my best scout, John Russell, with 2 or 3 men, to reconnoitre, intending to deliver a blow at Sheridan's rear and thus cripple him by cutting off his supplies. John reported long trains passing down along the Valley Pike. I started for the vicinity with some 250 men and 2 howitzers, one of which became an encumbrance by breaking down. Through Snicker's Gap we crossed the Blue Ridge Mountains after sundown and passed over the Shenandoah River not far from Berryville. I halted at a barn for a good rest and sent Russell to see what was going on upon the pike. I was asleep when he returned with the news that a very large train was just passing along. The men sprang to their saddles. With Russell and some others I went on in advance to choose the best place for attack, directing Captain William Chapman to bring on the command. About sunrise we were on a knoll from which we could get a good view of a great train of wagons moving along the road and a large drove of cattle with the train. The train was within 100 yards of us, strongly guarded, but with flankers out. We were obscured by the mist, and, if noticed at all, were doubtless thought to be friends. I sent Russell to hurry up Chapman, who soon arrived. The howitzer was made ready. Richards, with his squadron, was sent to attack the front. William Chapman and Glasscock were to attack them in the rear, while Sam Chapman was kept near me and the howitzer. My scheme was nearly ruined by a ludicrous incident, the fun of which is more apparent now than it was then. The howitzer was unlimbered over a yellow jacket's nest. When one of the men had rescued the howitzer, a shell was sent screaming among the wagons, beheading a mule. The shot was like thunder from a clear sky, and the mist added to the enemy's perplexity. This shot was our signal to charge, and we met little resistance. Panic reigned along their line, and I only lost 2 men killed and 3 wounded. Before the fighting ended, as I knew that the guard would soon recover from the panic, I had men unhitching mules, burning wagons, and hurrying prisoners and spoils to the rear. There were 325 wagons, guarded by Kenly's brigade and a large force of cavalry. They had not stopped to find out our numbers. We set a paymaster's wagon on fire, which contained this we did not know at the time $125,000. I deployed skirmishers as a mask until my command, the prisoners, and booty were well across the Shenandoah River. We took between 500 and 600 horses, 200 beeves, and many useful stores, destroyed 75 loaded wagons, and carried off 200 prisoners, including 7 officers. The following dispatches illustrate the character and effect of my partisan operations in Sheridan's rear. Stevenson to Sheridan, Harper's Ferry, August 17th. Finding all trains threatened by guerrillas and that they are in force, largely increased by a concentration of several organizations under Mosby, there had been no such concentration. Making the vicinity of Charlestown their theater of operations, I am of opinion that the only safety of our trains and couriers is the posting of a force at Charlestown, with General Duffie at Berryville, and 1,000 of Averell's force at Charlestown, with orders by constant scouting to keep the country clear. I think we can send forward everything without loss. As matters now stand, no small party of trains with small guard is safe. Stevenson to Averell, August 17th. Rebels occupy Charlestown in Sheridan's rear, with small force this evening. Attacked party of couriers coming in about 5 o'clock, capturing 2 of them. Heard nothing of your command. A large supply train will start from here in the morning, so as to reach Charlestown by 6 a.m. Have but a small guard. If you could have a force at that point before the train to join escort and move with it to Berryville, it would secure the safety of the train. Mosby with his command is waiting to attack train and will capture it if possible. The supplies are needed at the front and will be put through by all means. Lazelle to Augur, Fairfax County, August 9th. I have the honor to report that 2 parties sent out from this command, consisting of 30 men each, met yesterday afternoon at Fairfax Station, and that while united and acting together were attacked by a force of rebels, variously estimated at from 40 to 50 men, and were completely dispersed and routed. Citizens report that Mosby himself was in command of the rebels. So far as known, our loss is as follows: Captain J. H. Fleming, 16th New York Cavalry, missing. 33 men missing. 39 horses missing. The number of the killed and wounded is not yet known. Captain Fleming, who at the time of the attack had command of the party, is reported killed. Captain Harrison to Kelly, Martinsburg, August 14th. Several of our scouts here say they cannot get through to Sheridan, Mosby having driven them back. Lazelle to De Russy, Fairfax County, August 24th. The attack at Annandale has ceased, and the rebels withdrew, perhaps with the intention of attacking some other part of my picket line. The attacking party is said to have consisted of from less than 200 to 300, even to 500 men, with 2 pieces of artillery, all under Mosby. Augur to Sheridan, Washington, September 1st. Major Waite has returned from Upperville in the vicinity of Snicker's Gap. Reports no rebel forces in that vicinity except Mosby's. Lazelle to Augur, September 1st. Last night at about 10:30 o'clock one of our pickets was attacked near this camp. The attacking party was driven off, with a loss to the rebels of 1 horse, and it is believed 1 man wounded. About the same hour the picket posts on the Braddock Road and on the road to Falls Church in Annandale were attacked simultaneously and driven in. This morning at about 6 a.m. one of our pickets, about half a mile west of the village of Falls Church, was attacked and 1 vidette captured. Late today 2 of our picket posts between here and Annandale were attacked at about the same time by a force of between 20 and 30 men. 5 men were captured and 7 horses, while 4 men escaped. At about the same hour the picket post on the Little River Pike, towards Fairfax Court House, from Annandale, was attacked and 1 sergeant and a horse were wounded, 2 men and 3 horses captured. Augur to Lazelle, September 1st. I have reliable information that Mosby is still lying in the woods in front of your lines, and expects to make an attack tonight somewhere upon it. Please have all your men on duty notified of this, that they may be on their guard and take proper precautions. If not successful tonight, he proposes to remain until he strikes some important blow. Gansevoort to Augur, Fairfax, September 19th. Information considered very reliable has reached here today that in the skirmish with the 13th New York Cavalry on the last scout of that regiment, Colonel Mosby was seriously wounded, a pistol bullet striking the handle of the pistol in his belt and glancing off in his groin. He was able, however, to ride off, but soon fainted and was carried in a wagon to a place of safety. Lazelle to Augur, September 29th. Private Henry Smith of Company H, 13th New York Cavalry, is the man who wounded him, Mosby. It was a bold deed, and Smith deserves credit for it. Sheridan to Augur, Strasburg, September 21st. I wish you to send to Winchester all the available troops possible, to the number of between 4,000 to 5,000, without delay, to relieve the troops left there to guard my communication. If necessity should require, they can be returned at short notice. Stevenson to Stanton, Harper's Ferry, September 26th. Both of my last courier parties were attacked by rebel cavalry, dispersed part of them, capturing the first party at Strasburg, the second at a point between Charlestown and Bunker Hill. Message number 31 was sent by both parties, and both have failed. I shall try another duplicate tonight. The country between this and Sheridan yesterday and today seemed to be alive with parties of rebel guerrillas and cavalry. Last night they attacked ambulances with scout of 17 men between this and Charlestown. Severely wounded sergeant of 16th Pennsylvania Cavalry. I doubt if we should be able to get any dispatches through without sending much larger body of cavalry than I can get hold of. I have but small force for such duty, and it is badly worn down. Edwards to Neal, Martinsburg, Winchester, October 2nd. The train that left Martinsburg arrived here last night. I have no forces here to escort it to the front, except 400 cavalry, and 100 of these cannot be relied on. Also some straggling infantry, without organization, numbering 300 men. I have detained the train here on account of insufficiency in men to properly guard it. A train of its size to go through the country where it has to should have an escort of at least 2,000 men with it. Captain Blazer of the Independent Scouts comes in this morning and reports Mosby's command hovering in the neighborhood of Newtown. No escort with dispatches can get through with less than 500 cavalry. Stevenson to Stanton, Harper's Ferry, October 1st. There are no organized troops of enemy in valley this side of Stanton, except Mosby's guerrillas. Neal to Stanton, Martinsburg, September 30th. About 300 or 400 guerrillas are operating between Winchester and Bunker Hill. I do not consider my post safe unless I have stronger force to protect the large amount of government property rapidly collecting here. As the Federal dispatches said, I was wounded on September 14, 4 days before the Battle of Winchester. but it was hardly the bold deed Lazelle described. Two of my men, Tom Love and Guy Broadwater, and myself met 5 of the enemy's cavalry in Fairfax. As we were within a few yards of each other, we all fired at the same time. 2 of the enemy's horses fell dead, and I was seriously wounded. The other 3 cavalry then fled full speed with Love and Broadwater after them until I called them back to my assistance. We then left the other men under the dead horses, and I was carried, for safety, to my father's home near Lynchburg. Captain William Chapman commanded my battalion during my absence. On the day after I was wounded, 400 of Sheridan's cavalry came over the Blue Ridge at night, expecting, by aid of a spy, to capture a good many of my men. The expedition was commanded by General George H. Chapman of Indianapolis. He caught several of my men and started back, with Captain Chapman in pursuit of the general. Captain Chapman did not go on his trail, but took a road running along the top of the Blue Ridge in order to intercept the Union troops before they got to the Shenandoah River. It was an excessively hot day, and the Union troops had ridden all night. The general had heard of my being wounded and may have calculated that my command was disorganized or would be less active. So when the troops reached Snicker's Gap, all lay down in the shade and went to sleep. Captain Chapman soon came plunging down the mountainside like an avalanche, and was firing among the men before they were awake. They had not expected an attack to come like a bolt from the sky, and the attack caused a general stampede. All the prisoners were recaptured, and many of the enemy were killed, wounded, and captured. General Chapman returned to camp and wrote in his report, "About an hour had elapsed, and the men had mostly fallen asleep, when they were suddenly charged upon by a force of from 50 to 80 of the enemy, and, being stampeded by the surprise, a number were killed, wounded, and captured before I reached the scene of the encounter with the main body. They had approached the gap across the mountains and charged down an easy slope, and they retired the same way, pursued for 2 miles by my men. It was near sundown, and in the exhausted state of men and horses, I did not deem further pursuit expedient. Captain Thompson had captured 12 of the enemy, but they were recaptured. From citizens I ascertained that Mosby was wounded some time ago and had gone to Richmond. Judging from indications, I should estimate the force operating under Mosby and his colleague at from 200 to 250. If they have any encampment, it must be in the neighborhood and beyond Upperville." It will be observed that General Chapman did not say that he was bushwhacked. But these constant raids aroused the Federal officers to such an extent that on September 22 they attempted to take revenge by hanging some of my men. An eyewitness described the scene in a Confederate newspaper as follows: "The Yankee cavalry under General Torbert entered the town, Front Royal, and drove out the 4 Confederates on picket, who fell back to Milford. At this latter point General Wickham met the Yankee force and repulsed it. A part of Mosby's men, under Captain Chapman, annoyed the enemy very much on their return to Front Royal, which, with the mortification of their defeat by Wickham, excited them to such savage doings as to prompt them to murder 6 of our men who fell into their hands. Anderson, Overby, Love, and Rhodes were shot, and Carter and 1 other, whose name our informant did not recollect, were hung to the limb of a tree at the entrance of the village. Henry Rhodes was quite a youth, living with his widowed mother and supporting her by his labor. He did not belong to Mosby's command. His mother entreated them to spare the life of her son and treat him as a prisoner of war, but the demons answered by whetting their sabers on some stones and declaring they would cut his head off and hers too if she came near. They ended by shooting him in her presence. The murders were committed on the 22nd day of September, Generals Torbert, Merritt, and Custer being present. It is said that Torbert and Merritt turned the prisoners over to Custer for the purpose of their execution. An account in the Richmond Examiner was as follows: "On Friday last, Mosby's men attacked a wagon train, which was protected by a whole brigade, so that their charge was repelled with the loss of 6 prisoners. 2 of their prisoners the Yankees immediately hung to a neighboring tree, placing around their necks placards bearing the inscription, "Hung in retaliation for the Union officer killed after he had surrendered. The fate of Mosby's men." The other 4 of our prisoners were tied to stakes and mercilessly shot through the skull, each one individually. One of those hung was a famous soldier named Overby, from Georgia. When the rope was placed round his neck by his inhuman captors, he told them that he was one of Mosby's men, and that he was proud to die as a Confederate soldier, and that his death was sweetened with the assurance that Colonel Mosby would swing in the wind 10 Yankees for every man they murdered. This action on the part of the enemy led to my writing the following letter. November 11, 1864. Major General P. H. Sheridan, commanding U.S. forces in the Valley. General: Some time in the month of September, during my absence from my command, 6 of my men who had been captured by your forces were hung and shot in the streets of Front Royal, by order and in the immediate presence of Brigadier General Custer. Since then another, captured by a Colonel Powell on a plundering expedition into Rappahannock, shared a similar fate. A label affixed to the coat of one of the murdered men declared that this would be the fate of Mosby and all his men. Since the murder of my men, not less than 700 prisoners, including many officers of high rank, captured from your army by this command have been forwarded to Richmond. But the execution of my purpose of retaliation was deferred in order as far as possible to confine its operation to the men of Custer and Powell. Accordingly, on the 6th instant, 7 of your men were, by my order, executed on the Valley Pike, your highway of travel. Hereafter, any prisoners falling into my hands will be treated with the kindness due to their condition, unless some new act of barbarity shall compel me, reluctantly, to adopt a line of policy repugnant to humanity. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, John S. Mosby, Lieutenant Colonel. No further acts of barbarity were committed on my men. Although Sheridan defeated Early in the battle at Winchester on September 19, 1864, and was urged by Grant to move on south, press Early, and end the war, he really made no farther progress and spent the winter, with an overwhelming force, where he had won a victory in September. On September 23, after Fisher's Hill, Grant had telegraphed him, "Keep on and you will cause the fall of Richmond." On the 29th Sheridan wrote to Grant from Harrisonburg, "My impression is that most of the troops which Early had left passed through these mountains to Charlottesville. Kershaw's division came to his assistance and, I think, passed along the west base of the mountain to Waynesboro. The advance of my infantry is at Mount Crawford, 8 miles south of Harrisonburg. From the most reliable accounts, Early's army was completely broken up and dispirited. It will be exceedingly difficult for me to carry the infantry over the mountains and strike at the Central Road. I cannot accumulate stores to do so, and think it best to take some position near Front Royal and operate with cavalry and infantry." In reply to Grant's dispatch a few days before, he had said, "I am now about 80 miles from Martinsburg and find it exceedingly difficult to supply this army." Grant rejoined, "Your victories have caused the greatest consternation. If you can possibly subsist your army to the front for a few days more, do it, and make a great effort to destroy the roads about Charlottesville and the canal wherever your cavalry can reach." If this advice had been acted on, Sheridan's army would have been thrown into the rear of General Lee. Grant did not, of course, mean that Sheridan should stop at Charlottesville. He wanted him first to gain a foothold there, accumulate supplies by the Orange Railroad, and make it a new starting point for further operations. The Orange and Alexandria Railroad runs south by Gordonsville and Charlottesville to Lynchburg. From Manassas Junction, 25 miles from Washington, a branch road runs west through the Blue Ridge to Front Royal and Strasburg. It was assumed that if the Northern army held the Manassas Gap line, my command would retire south of the Rappahannock. In this way a double purpose would be effected. A more convenient line of supplies would be secured, as well as the annexation of more territory to the United States. The The sequel shows that I had not been consulted. Without securing the fruits of his victory, on October 6 Sheridan began his retrograde movement, no doubt much to Grant's chagrin. On October 3 Grant telegraphed Sheridan, "You may take up such position in the valley as you think can and ought to be held, and send all the force not required for this immediately here. I will direct the railroad to be pushed towards Front Royal, so that you may send our troops back that way." Halleck to Sheridan, October 3. The Orange and Alexandria road was repaired to the Rappahannock, in the expectation that you would pursue the enemy through the mountains and receive your supplies from Culpeper. By General Grant's order, the workmen have been changed to the Manassas Gap road, which will be opened to Front Royal. On October 4, Halleck said to Grant, with reference to the opening and holding the railroad from Alexandria to Front Royal, "In order to keep up my communication on this line to Manassas Gap and Shenandoah Valley, it will be necessary to send south all rebel inhabitants between that line and the Potomac, and also to clean out Mosby's gang of robbers, who have so long infested that district of country, and I respectfully suggest that Sheridan's cavalry should be required to accomplish this object before it is sent elsewhere. The two small regiments, 13th and 16th New York, stationed in Fairfax, under General Augur, have been so often cut up by Mosby's band that they are cowed and useless for that purpose. If these dispositions are approved and carried out, it will not be necessary to keep so large a force at Harper's Ferry and guarding the canal and Baltimore and Ohio Railroad." By sending some of Sheridan's troops to Grant, it was calculated that through the sudden augmentation of Grant's strength, he could make a successful assault on Lee at Petersburg before Early's troops could reach him, or to extend his line so as to seize the South Side Railroad. This combination was defeated. The following dispatch, October 4, from Stevenson at Harper's Ferry to Edwards at Winchester, is significant as showing the dangers that beset Sheridan's line of supply. Escorts with dispatches have to cut their way and generally lose half their men. I think a train of 200 wagons should have an escort of 1,000 infantry and 500 cavalry going to the front. The train going out this morning will have nearly 1,500 escort. I do not think I overestimate the danger between here and there. Although I was still on crutches, I had now resumed command of my men. On October 4, a body of infantry, with construction force, came up on the Manassas road. They could not have anticipated any resistance, as they had only a single company of cavalry for couriers, and General Augur did not accompany them. The next day I attacked this force, and General Lee reported the results to the Secretary of War. Chaffin's Bluff, October 9, 1864. Hon. James A. Seddon, Secretary of War. Colonel Mosby reports that a body of about 1,000 of the enemy advanced up the Manassas road on the 4th, with trains of cars loaded with railroad material, and occupied Salem and Rectortown. He attacked them at Salem, defeating them, capturing 50 prisoners, all their baggage, camp equipage, stores, etc., and killed and wounded a considerable number. His loss, 2 wounded. The enemy is now entrenched at Rectortown with 2 long trains of cars. The railroad is torn up and bridges burned in their rear, and all communications cut. All work repairing the railroad was stopped, and both the soldiers and workmen went to building stockades for their own safety. A courier was sent immediately to Gordonsville with a telegram to General Lee informing him of the movement on the railroad. In reply, General Lee said, "Your success at Salem gives great satisfaction. Do all in your power to prevent reconstruction of the road." The following undated fragment of letter to Mrs. Mosby probably refers to this action. At Salem and completely routed them. Captured 50 prisoners and all their baggage, tents, rations, etc. Yesterday in a fight near the Plains, my horse, or rather yours, ran entirely through the Yankees in a charge. He was badly shot and tumbled over me, but we whipped them. They are camped all along the railroad. Bowie, Ames have both been killed. I don't think the Yankees will be here long. I will bring you all over as soon as they leave the Manassas Railroad. The intentions of the enemy were now plainly developed, and it was my duty to do all I could to defeat them. To do so with my slender means looked a good deal like going to sea in a saucer. The troops at Salem fled to Rectortown, where the railroad runs through a gorge. Here they took shelter. On the 6th and 7th we shelled them to keep them on the defensive. My guns could not be depressed sufficiently to do them much damage, but the enemy kept under cover. On the 7th of October, from Woodstock, Sheridan sent the following dispatch to General Grant. I commenced moving back yesterday morning. I would have preferred sending troops to you by the Baltimore and Ohio road. It would have been the quickest and most concealed way of sending them. The keeping open of the road to Front Royal will require large guards to protect it against a very small number of partisan troops. At the same time, Sheridan requested Halleck not to send railroad transportation to Front Royal, as he might be delayed. It will be remembered that in his dispatch to General Grant on September 29th he had suggested falling back to Front Royal and operating from there as a base. Unless he used the railroad, his supplies would have to be brought by wagons from Harper's Ferry. On the same day he said to Halleck, I have been unable to communicate more frequently on account of the operations of guerrillas in my rear. They have attacked every party, and I have sent my dispatches with a view of economizing as much as possible. Sheridan went to Front Royal to see to the embarkation of 10,000 troops for Grant, but he found nothing but a roadbed without iron. The troops remained there for 3 days waiting for Augur to build the road, but he could not do it. His troops had all they could do to take care of themselves, for my men were rather active those days. In the following dispatch to Halleck, Sheridan admitted that he did not use the railroad because Augur could not repair it. October 12th. I have ordered the Sixth Corps, except one brigade now at Winchester, to march to Alexandria tomorrow morning. I have ordered General Augur to concentrate all his forces at Manassas Junction or Bull Run until he hears from me. He could not complete the railroad to Front Royal without additional forces from me, and to give him that force to do the work and transport the troops by rail to Alexandria would require more time. End of chapter. Chapter 15 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 15. The Greenback Raid. Throughout the fall and winter of 1864, I kept up an incessant warfare on Sheridan and his communications. On October 12 I wrote to my wife, Near Middleburg, my dearest Pauline, I have been engaged in a perpetual strife with the Yankees ever since my arrival. They are now engaged in repairing the railroad at Manassas. I attacked a camp of 800. As we operated in Sheridan's rear, the railroad that brought his supplies was his weak point and consequently our favorite object of attack. For security it had to be closely guarded by detachments of troops, which materially reduced his offensive strength. We kept watch for unguarded points, and the opportunity they offered was never lost. Early in October one of my best men, Jim Wiltshire, afterwards a prominent physician in Baltimore, discovered and reported to me a gap through which we might penetrate between the guards and reach that railroad without exciting an alarm. It was a hazardous enterprise, as there were camps along the line and frequent communication between them, but I knew it would injure Sheridan to destroy a train and compel him to place stronger guards on the road. So I resolved to take the risk. Jim Wiltshire had a timetable, and we knew the minute when the train was due, and so timed our arrival that we would not have to wait long. There was great danger of our being discovered by the patrols on the road, and our presence reported to the camps that were near. The situation was critical, but we were so buoyant with hope that we did not realize it. The western-bound passenger train was selected from the schedule, as I knew it would create a greater sensation to burn it than any other. It was due about 2 o'clock in the morning. Wiltshire conducted us to a long, deep cut on the railroad. No patrol or picket was in sight. I preferred derailing the train in a cut to running it off an embankment, because there would be less danger of the passengers being hurt. People who travel on a railroad in a country where military operations are going on take the risk of all these accidents of war. I was not conducting an insurance business on life or property. It was a lovely night, bright and clear, with a big Jack Frost on the ground. I believe that I was the only member of my command who went through the war without a watch, but all of my men had watches, and we knew it would not be long before the train would be due. Vedettes were sent out, and the men were ordered to lie down on the bank of the railroad and keep quiet. We had ridden all day and were tired and sleepy, so we were soon peacefully dreaming. I laid my head in the lap of one of my men, Curg Hutchinson, and fell asleep. For some reason, I suppose it was because we were sleeping so soundly, we did not hear the train coming until it got up in the cut, and I was aroused and astounded by an explosion and a crash. As we had displaced a rail, the engine had run off the track, the boiler burst, and the air was filled with red-hot cinders and escaping steam. A good description of the scene can be found in Dante's Inferno. Above all could be heard the screams of the passengers, especially women. The catastrophe came so suddenly that my men at first seemed to be stunned and bewildered. Knowing that the railroad guards would soon hear of it and that no time was to be lost, I ran along the line and pushed my men down the bank, ordering them to go to work pulling out the passengers and setting fire to the cars. By this time Curg Hutchinson had recovered from the shock and had jumped on the train. When the train came up he was snoring and dreaming that he was in hell. And when he was awakened by the crash he found himself breathing steam and in a sparkling shower. He had no doubt then that his dream was not all a dream. But he recovered his senses when I gave him a push, and he slid down a bank. It did not take long to pull out the passengers. While all of this was going on, I stood on the bank giving directions to the men. One of them reported to me that a car was filled with Germans and that they would not get out. I told him, "Set fire to the car and burn the Dutch if they won't come out." They were immigrants going west to locate homesteads and did not understand a word of English, or what all this meant. They had through tickets and thought they had a right to keep their seats. There was a lot of New York Heralds on the train for Sheridan's army, so my men circulated the papers through the train and applied matches. Suddenly there was a grand illumination. The Germans now took in the situation and came tumbling, all in a pile, out of the flames. I hope they all live to be naturalized and get homes. They ought not to blame me, but Sheridan. It was his business, not mine, to protect them. While we were helping the passengers to climb the steep bank, one of my men, Cab Maddox, who had been sent off as a vidette to watch the road, came dashing up and cried out that the Yankees were coming. I immediately gave orders to mount quickly and form, and one was sent to find out if the report was true. He soon came back and said it was not. The men then dismounted and went to work again. I was very mad with Cab for almost creating a stampede, and told him that I had a good mind to have him shot. Cab was quick-witted, but seeing how angry I was, said nothing then. But he often related the circumstance after the war. His well-varnished account of it was that I ordered him to be shot at sunrise, that he said he hoped it would be a foggy morning, and that I was so much amused by his reply that I relented and pardoned him. Years afterward Cab confessed why he gave the false alarm. He said he heard the noise the train made when it ran off the track, and knew the men were gathering the spoils, and did not think it was fair for him to be away picketing for their benefit. He also said that after he got to the burning cars, he made up for lost time. A great many ludicrous incidents occurred. One lady ran up to me and exclaimed, "Oh, my father is a Mason." I had no time to say anything but, "I can't help it." One passenger claimed immunity for himself on the ground that he was a member of an aristocratic church in Baltimore. Just as cab dashed up, two of my men, Charlie Deere and West Aldridge, came to me and reported that they had 2 U.S. paymasters with their satchels of greenbacks. Knowing it would be safer to send them out by a small party, which could easily elude the enemy, one of my lieutenants, Charlie Grogan, was detailed with 2 or 3 men to take them over the ridge to our rendezvous. Whether my men got anything in the shape of pocketbooks, watches, or other valuable articles I never inquired, and I was too busy attending to the destroying of the train to see whether they did. We left all the civilians, including the ladies, to keep warm by the burning cars, and the soldiers were taken with us as prisoners. Among the latter was a young German lieutenant who had just received a commission and was on his way to join his regiment in Sheridan's army. I was attracted by his personal appearance, struck up a conversation with him, and rode by him for several miles. He was dressed in a fine beaver cloth overcoat, high boots, and a new hat with gilt cord and tassel. After we were pretty well acquainted, I said to him, "We have done you no harm. Why did you come over here to fight us?" "Oh," he said, "I only come to learn the art of war." I then left him and rode to the head of the column, as the enemy were about and there was a prospect of a fight. It was not long before the German came trotting up to join me. There had been such a metamorphosis that I scarcely recognized him. One of my men had exchanged his old clothes with him for his new ones, and he complained about it. I asked him if he had not told me that he came to Virginia to learn the art of war. "Yes," he replied. "Very well," I said, "this is your first lesson." Now, it must not be thought that the habit of appropriating the enemy's goods was peculiar to my men. Through all ages it has been the custom of war. Not long after this incident I had to suffer from the same operation, was shot at night and stripped of my clothes. 40 years afterwards a lady returned to me the hat which I was wearing. She said that her uncle, Lieutenant Colonel Coles, of the regiment that captured it, had given it to her as a relic of the war. That is war. I am willing to admit, however, that in a statement of mutual accounts at that time my men were largely in debt to Sheridan's men. Before we reached the Shenandoah River, a citizen told us that a Captain Blazer was roving around the neighborhood looking for us. He commanded a picked corps, armed with Spencer carbines, 7-shooters, that had been assigned by Sheridan to the special duty of looking for me. My men had had an easy time capturing the train, and although they were not indifferent to greenbacks, their mettle was up when they heard that Old Blaze, as they called him, was about. They were eager for a fight in which they could win more laurels. It was not long before we struck Blazer's trail and saw his campfires where he had spent the night. I could no longer restrain the men. They rushed into the camp as reapers descend to the harvests of death. But Blazer was gone. He was a bold but cautious commander and had left before daybreak. But this only postponed his fate for a few weeks, when Captain Dolly Richards met him near the same spot and wiped him out forever. We crossed the Shenandoah and Blue Ridge before noon and found Grogan's party with the Greenbacks waiting for us at the appointed place in Loudoun County. The men were ordered to dismount and fall in line, and 3 were appointed, Charlie Hall, Mountjoy, and Fount Beatty, to open the satchels and count the money in their presence. I ordered it to be divided equally among them, and no distinction to be made between officers and men. My command was organized under an act of the Confederate Congress to raise partisan corps. It applied the principle of maritime prize law to land war. Of course, the motive of the act was to stimulate enterprise. The burning of this train in the midst of Sheridan's troops and the capture of his paymasters created a great sensation. Of course, the railroad people thought that Sheridan had not given adequate protection to their road. The following dispatch shows what General Lee thought of the importance of the blow I struck. Chaffin's Bluff, October 16, 1864. On the 14th instant Colonel Mosby struck the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad at Duffields, destroyed U.S. military train consisting of locomotive and 10 cars, securing 20 prisoners and 15 horses. Amongst the prisoners are 2 paymasters with $168,000 in government funds. Signed, R. E. Lee, General. Hon. James A. Seddon, Secretary of War. The paymasters and other prisoners were sent south to prison, and one of them, Major Ruggles, died there. They were unjustly charged with being in collusion with me, but their capture was simply an ordinary incident of war. As the government held them responsible for the loss of the funds, they had to apply to Congress for relief. After the war, Major Moore came to see me to get a certificate of the fact that I had captured the money. The certificate stated that my report to General Lee of $168,000 captured was based upon erroneous information and was sent off before I had received the report of the commissioners appointed to count and distribute the money. The sum captured was $173,000. The attack was made on the train on the night of October 13 between Martinsburg and Harper's Ferry. During the day, as the following dispatch shows, we had operated on the Valley Pike and moved at night to the railroad. Seward at Martinsburg to Stevenson at Harper's Ferry. 4 scouts have just arrived and reported that they were attacked about 8 miles this side of Winchester by a party of 50 guerrillas this afternoon. They all seem to be positive that they were attacked by Mosby's men and that Mosby with 1 foot bound up was with them. It is true that I was there and with 1 foot bound up. In fact, I had on only 1 boot. I suppose the scouts heard this from some citizen who saw me. A few days before, my horse had been shot in a fight, and a Yankee cavalryman rode over me. His horse trod on my foot and bruised it so that for some time I could wear only a sock and had to use a cane when I walked. I was in this condition when we captured the train. Stanton, Secretary of War, to Stevenson, Harper's Ferry. Washington, October 14, 1864. It is reported from Martinsburg that the railroad has been torn up and a paymaster and his funds captured. When and where did this occur, and have any measures been taken for recapture? Immediate answer. Stevenson to Stanton. Just heard from captured train. The attacking party was part of Mosby's command. They removed a rail, causing train to be thrown off track, then robbed the passengers and burned train. The point of attack was about 2 miles east of Kearneysville, about 2:30 a.m. Paymasters Moore and Ruggles, with their funds, were captured and carried off. General Seward telegraphs that his courier parties were attacked last night twice by Mosby's command between Bunker Hill and Winchester, and dispersed. Stevenson to Stanton. The cavalry sent out in pursuit of Mosby's guerrillas, who burned the train, have returned. Report they failed to overtake them. They learned that they moved off in the direction of the Shenandoah, and having several hours' start, succeeded in getting away with their prisoners and plunder. At that time there were a number of paymasters at Martinsburg on their way to pay off Sheridan's soldiers, and they were now in a state of blockade. One of them who was shut up there said in a dispatch, "I have my funds in the parlor of the United States Hotel here, guarded by a regiment. The express train was burned 8 miles west of Harper's Ferry between 2 and 3 o'clock this a.m. Major Ruggles's clerk escaped and is now with me. General Seward, who is in command here, says he will use all his efforts to protect us and our money. I shall make no move till I can do so with safety." The following telegram from Stevenson to Sheridan shows his anxiety about the safety of the trains, and that Sheridan had as much cause to give his attention to his rear as to his front. Mosby has now concentrated his guerrillas in your rear and commenced operations, burning railroad trains, robbing passengers, which without cavalry I am powerless to prevent. He at the same time threatens all your supply trains. Stevenson to Halleck. At least 1,000 good cavalry should be attached to this command to protect us against the sudden dashes of the guerrilla organizations infesting this part of the country. My battalion was the only Confederate force in that region. If I had this cavalry, I could safely say Mosby could not reach the railroad. But our operations that day were not confined to the Shenandoah Valley, but extended east of the Blue Ridge to the vicinity of Washington, where preparations were made to keep us south of the Potomac. Later in the same day we captured the train 10 miles west of Harper's Ferry. Captain William Chapman, with 2 companies of my battalion, crossed the Potomac a few miles east of it and struck the canal and railroad in Maryland. The alarm caused by the burning of the train in the morning had not subsided before news came of a fresh attack on the road at another point, and troops were hurried from Baltimore and other places to meet it. But, of course, when the troops got there, the damage had been done and my men had gone. Stevenson to French. Move with all your available cavalry at once to Point of Rocks, Maryland. Unite your force with the forces in that vicinity and attack a body of rebel cavalry near Adamstown. Lawrence, AAG, to Halleck. Baltimore, October 14, 1864. The enemy was at Buckeyestown, 4 miles from the Monocacy, at 4 p.m. this evening. Another dispatch said, all lost. Even citizens were passing through here from Poolesville with horses to get away from the rebels. They report 2,000 rebels between there and Monocacy. Prescott Smith to President Garrett of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, October 15. We have no fresh alarms, but the 2 affairs badly damaged the working of the road and will involve an immense loss to the company in every way. This meant that the railroad must be more strongly guarded if communication was to be kept up between the Shenandoah Valley, Washington, and Baltimore. Troops were rushed from many points to guard the railroad and the canal. My object had then been accomplished. End of chapter. Chapter 16 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 16, Last Days in the Valley. After returning from the so-called Greenback raid, 2 of my companies, under Richards and Mountjoy, made a demonstration on Washington to keep reinforcements from Sheridan. Taylor, AAG, to DeRussy, Washington, October 17, 1864. I have telegraphed General Slough to send at once 500 infantry to Annandale. A small infantry force at either place, Annandale or Buffalo, will be sufficient to drive off Mosby, who cannot have 100 men. Taylor to Slough, October 17, 1864, 5 p.m. Notify Lazelle at Falls Church that he may not be surprised. Your infantry certainly is strong enough to hold any force of Mosby's in check. Slough to Taylor, October 17, 1864, 8 p.m. Mosby has driven in Lazelle's pickets. Send Wells's cavalry, if any is in Alexandria, to Lazelle, and let the 5th Wisconsin move rapidly to Annandale. Winship to Taylor, Alexandria, October 17, 1864. It is reported that Mosby with about 300 men is in the vicinity of Burke's Station this afternoon. Augur to Taylor, Rectortown, October 18, 1864. I have sent the 8th Illinois down through Centerville to find Mosby's force. The panic in Washington was very great, as is shown by many similar dispatches in the war records. When the 8th Illinois got to Fairfax, they found that we had gone back towards the Blue Ridge. They did what I was maneuvering to make them do, spend their time and waste their strength in pursuit of a jack-o'-lantern. About this time I heard that a force was moving to repair the Manassas Railroad to make a new base for Sheridan, and I determined to move against it and, if possible, defeat it. My success in accomplishing this was of greater military value than anything I did in the war, for it saved Richmond for several months. I sent Tom Ogg, one of my scouts, to reconnoitre and report to me at Haymarket, a little village on the road, which the enemy had not occupied. When we got near Haymarket about 11 o'clock that night, we saw a large number of campfires. The Yankees were ahead of us. After Tom got the information he was sent for, he came to meet me according to our appointment. He saw the campfires and naturally thought they were mine. When he got near them, a picket halted him and called out, "Who comes there?" Ogg had no suspicion that the demand came from an enemy, so he replied, "Ogg, Tom Ogg. Don't you know Ogg?" The picket had never heard of Ogg. He did not know whether he was friend or foe, so, according to military rule, he ordered Tom to dismount and advance. Tom protested and again told the picket that he was Tom Ogg, that he had been sent by the colonel on a scout, and asked the picket to what company he belonged. The picket replied, "Company E," and swore he'd never heard of Ogg. Tom then said indignantly, "I thought you were one of that damned green Company E." E was a new company I had just organized. At last Ogg was compelled to dismount and advance on foot, leading his horse. It was pitch dark, and Tom did not discover, until he got right up against the sentinel, that the latter had a musket and a bayonet was pointed at his breast. But Tom never lost his presence of mind, so he said, "I'm lame, and you must let me ride to see the colonel." The poor picket did not suspect Tom's stratagem, and consented. He really thought that he was only doing his duty and was talking to a brother in arms. Tom mounted, and as soon as he was in the saddle, drove his spurs into his horse and darted off in the darkness, shouting to his men, "Break, boys!" A volley was fired on his track, but it never overtook Ogg. It was a coincidence that this occurred just after we approached the camp from the opposite direction. When I heard the firing, I laughed and told the men that I would bet it was Tom Ogg and that he had ridden into the Yankees by mistake. But all is well that ends well. Tom lived many years after the war, and we often laughed about his surprise that the Yankees had never heard of Ogg, Tom Ogg. Near Upperville, October 22, 1864. My dearest Pauline, I have just returned from a successful trip to the Valley, captured a brigadier general, Duffy, capturing ambulance horses, etc. Sent them out, then returning by another route, captured 7 wagons, 55 prisoners, and 41 horses. As soon as the Yankees leave the Manassas road, I will send for you all. Fragment of a letter to Mrs. Mosby, probably November 1864. We killed and captured about 600 from the time of their occupying to their abandonment of the railroad, the Manassas road. Since my return to my command, I have been in the saddle the whole time. From a Confederate newspaper, 1864. The following is a clear admission of the injuries Mosby has been inflicting on the enemy of late. When they begin war on unoffending persons in this way, it is evidence of the desperation to which they are driven. Quote, "Working parties are now engaged in felling timber on each side of the Manassas Gap Railroad, to prevent its use by guerrillas as a place of concealment. Orders have been issued that if another attack should be made on a government train similar to the last one, in which so many lives were lost, every house of a rebel within 5 miles of the road, on either side, shall be immediately destroyed. Meanwhile every train bears a party of rebel sympathizers, selected from the abundant number in Alexandria, to receive such bullets as their friends the guerrillas may choose to fire at them. 3 physicians and 1 clergyman were among the first party thus sent." Another Confederate paper quoted the Yankee newspaper, published at Alexandria, as follows: General Slough, acting under special orders from the War Department, yesterday arrested a number of well-known rebel sympathizers in this city, for the purpose of sending them out on trains of the Orange and Alexandria and Manassas Gap Railroad, in order to secure their property against guerrilla attacks. When once the guerrillas hear that the trains are run for the special accommodation of their friends, they will not disturb the road. P.S. Since the above was in type, We learn that all those arrested in this city yesterday were sent out on the railroad train today. Footnote: Word was sent to Mosby that a number of women and children would be sent on certain trains. His answer was that he did not understand that it hurts women and children to be killed any more than it hurts men. End of footnote. By December 1864, the war had practically ceased between the contending armies in the Shenandoah Valley. The greater portion of Early's forces had been transferred to the lines about Petersburg, while Sheridan had taken up his winter quarters at Winchester. My own command, which had been operating against his communications, never went into winter quarters, but kept up a desultory warfare on outposts, supply trains, and detachments. And although the Southern army had disappeared from his front, these few hundred Rangers kept Sheridan's soldiers as busily employed to guard against surprises as when that army confronted them. Unable to exterminate the hostile bands by arms, Sheridan had applied the torch and attempted to drive us from the district in which we operated by destroying everything that could support man or horse. But so far from quelling, his efforts only stimulated the fury of my men. In snow, sleet, and howling storms, through the long watches of the winter nights, his men had to wait for a sleepless enemy to capture or kill them. Telegram: Sheridan to Halleck, Kernstown, Virginia, November 26, 1864. I will soon commence work on Mosby. Heretofore I have made no attempt to break him up, as I would have employed 10 men to his 1, and for the reason that I have made a scapegoat of him for the destruction of private rights. Now there is going to be an intense hatred of him in that portion of the valley which is nearly a desert. I will soon commence on Loudoun County, and let them know there is a God in Israel. Mosby has annoyed me considerably, but the people are beginning to see that he does not injure me a great deal, but causes a loss to them of all that they have spent their lives in accumulating. Those people who live in the vicinity of Harper's Ferry are the most villainous in this valley, and have not yet been hurt much. If the railroad is interfered with, I will make some of them poor. Those who live at home in peace and plenty want the duello part of this war to go on, but when they have to bear the burden by loss of property and comforts, they will cry for peace. As I wanted to have a conference with General Robert E. Lee about my plans for future operations, I turned my command over to the next in rank, William Chapman, and, taking one of my men, Boyd Smith, went on a visit to the army headquarters near Petersburg. When I got off the train there, I recognized in the crowd the face of Dr. Montero, an old college mate whom I had not seen for 13 years. I had changed so much that he did not recognize me until I told him my name. He was then a surgeon with Wise's brigade, and I told him he was the very man I wanted, for the surgeon I had, Dr. Will Dunn, was too fond of fighting. I wanted a surgeon that took more pride in curing than killing. I had Montero transferred to my command before I returned. After spending a few hours with General Lee and getting his recommendation for the promotion of 2 of my officers, Chapman and Richards, I returned to Richmond, and in a few days was back with my men. On the day after my return, December 21st, I had gone to the house of Joe Blackwell, a farmer in Upper Fauquier, to attend the wedding of my ordnance sergeant, Jake Lavender. A report came that a body of the enemy's cavalry was advancing on the road to Salem a few miles away. Not caring to interrupt the wedding festivities, with one man, Tom Love, I rode off to reconnoitre. We were riding across the field of the Glen Welby farm, as it was safer than going by the main road, where there was danger of running against the enemy's column, when we saw 2 cavalrymen approaching. Soon a number of others appeared and began firing at us. I knew then that these were the flankers of the main body of the enemy out of sight over the hill. So Love and I galloped away a few hundred yards and then halted on an eminence. They did not pursue, and we soon saw the whole column in blue moving on the road to Rectortown. After reaching there, they kindled fires and seemed to be preparing to bivouac for the night. It was about dusk. A cold, drizzling rain was falling and freezing. The road was covered with sleet,
and icicles hung in clusters from the trees. After reconnoitring the encampment and satisfying myself that they had prepared to spend the night there, I dispatched a man to inform Chapman and Richards that I wanted them to attack the Northern camp about daybreak the next morning and to get their men ready. Love and I then started off in another direction for the purpose of notifying some of the other officers and collecting the men. When we stayed inside the enemy's lines, we were obliged to disperse for safety. As we were passing the house of a citizen, Ludwell Lake, who was famous for always setting a good table, the lights shining through the windows tempted me, as I was cold and hungry, to stop where I knew we would be welcome. So, when we got to the front gate, I proposed to dismount and to go in to get warm and something to eat. Love said that he would stay out at the gate and keep watch while I was eating my supper. "No, Tom," I said. "It wouldn't do me any good if you were out here in the cold. There is no danger. Get down." We tied our horses and went in. The family was at supper, and we were soon seated at the table, enjoying some good coffee, hot rolls, and spare ribs. Among those there was a Mrs. Skinner, whose husband was then a prisoner at Point Lookout. She had managed to get a pass through the lines to visit him and had seen a number of my men who were also prisoners there. We were enjoying our supper and her account of the trip and the various devices to which the prisoners resorted for amusement, when suddenly we heard the tramp of horses around the house. One door of the dining room opened toward the backyard, and on opening it I discovered several cavalrymen. Hastily shutting the door, I turned to the other one, but just then a number of Northern officers and soldiers walked into the room. I was better dressed that evening than I ever was during the war. Just before starting to Richmond, I got through the blockade across the Potomac a complete suit from head to foot. I had a drab hat with an ostrich plume, with gold cord and star, a heavy black beaver cloth overcoat and cape lined with English scarlet cloth, and as it was a stormy evening, over this I wore a gray cloak, also lined with scarlet. My hat, overcoat, and cape were lying in the corner. I wore a gray sack coat with 2 stars on the collar to indicate my rank as lieutenant colonel, gray trousers with a yellow cord down the seam, and long cavalry boots. As the Northerners entered the room, I placed my hands on my coat collar to conceal my stars, and a few words passed between us. The situation seemed desperate, but I had made up my mind to take all the chances for getting away. I knew that if they discovered my rank, to say nothing of my name, they would guard me more carefully than if I were simply a private or a lieutenant. But a few seconds elapsed before firing began in the backyard. One of the bullets passed through the window, making a round hole in the glass and striking me in the stomach. Old Man Lake, who weighed about 300 pounds and was as broad as he was long, and his daughter, Mrs. Skinner, were standing between me and the window. It was a miracle how the shot could have missed them and hit me, but it did. I have always thought that Yankee had a circular gun. My self-possession in concealing the stars on my collar saved me from being carried off a prisoner, dead or alive. The officers had not detected the stratagem when I exclaimed, "I'm shot!" The fact was that the bullet created only a stinging sensation, and I was not in the least shocked. My exclamation was not because I felt hurt, but to get up a panic in order that I might escape. It had the desired effect. Old Man Lake and his daughter waltzed around the room, the cavalrymen on the outside kept up their fire, and this created a stampede of the officers in the room with me. In the confusion to get out of the way there was a sort of hurdle race in which the supper table was knocked over and the tallow lights put out. In a few seconds I was left in the room with no one but Love, Lake, and his daughter. I saw that this was my opportunity. There were 999 chances out of 1,000 against me. I took the single chance and won. There were at least 300 cavalry surrounding the house, and if I had not been wounded, I should have tried to get off in the dark. But by this time the terrible wound was having its effect. I was bleeding profusely and getting faint. There was a door which opened from the dining room into an adjoining bedroom, and I determined to play the part of a dying man. I walked into the room, pulled off my coat, on which were the insignia of my rank, tucked it away under the bureau so no one could see it, and then lay down with my head towards the bureau. After several minutes the panic subsided, and the Northerners returned to the scene from which the shots of their own men had frightened them. They found my old friend Lake dancing a hornpipe. He missed a button from his waistcoat and swore that the bullet which had killed me had carried it off. Having heard me fall on the floor, he thought I was dead. The truth was that he was almost as near dead as I was. The daughter was screaming, the room in which I lay was dark, and it was some minutes before the soldiers collected their senses sufficiently to strike a light. During all this time I lay on the floor with the blood gushing from my wound. In those few minutes it seemed to me that I lived my whole life over again. My mind travelled away from the scenes of death and carnage, in which I had been an actor for 4 years, to the peaceful home and the wife and children I had left behind. I overheard the soldiers ask Mrs. Skinner who I was. I was well acquainted with her, and her brother was in my command, and I listened with fear and trembling for her answer. She declared that I was a stranger, that she had never seen me before, that I was not one of Mosby's men, and she did not know my name. I am sure that in the eternal records there is nothing registered against that good woman who denied my name and saved my life. At last, after a candle had been lighted, my enemies came into the room, and the first thing they asked me was my name. I gave a fictitious one. They wanted to know to what command I belonged. I did not tell them the right one. My reason for doing so was that I wanted to conceal my identity. As I knew the feeling at the North against me and the great anxiety to either kill or capture me, I was sure I would be dragged away as a trophy if they knew who their prisoner was. I had on a flannel shirt which was now soaked with my blood. The soldiers opened my clothes and looked at my wound, while I apparently gasped for breath. A doctor examined the wound and said that it was mortal, that I was shot through the heart. He located the heart rather low down, and even in that supreme moment I felt tempted to laugh at his ignorance of human anatomy. I only gasped a few words and affected to be dying. They left the room hurriedly after stripping me of my boots and trousers, evidently supposing that a dead man would have no use for them. The only sensible man among them was an Irishman, who said, as he took a last look at me, "He is worth several dead men yet." There was a good deal of whiskey in the crowd, but they had sense enough left to take away my clothes. Fortunately, they never saw my coat. I listened to hear them getting away. They passed out and left my fat friend and his daughter under the impression that I was ready for the grave. I lay perfectly still for some 5 or 10 minutes. It seemed to me that many hours. But at last, as I felt assured that the enemy had gone, I rose from the pool of blood in which I was lying, and walked into the room where Lake and his daughter were sitting by the fire. They were as much astonished to see me as if I had risen from the tomb. They had thought me dead, and were now sure the general resurrection had come. There was a big log fire blazing, and the room was warm. We examined the wound, but we could not tell whether the bullet had passed straight into the body, or, after penetrating, had passed around it. Shortly I became sick and faint. My own belief was that the wound was mortal, that the bullet was in me, that the intestines had been cut. Mrs. Skinner gave me some coffee, but I was too sick to drink it. My fear was that I had some documents in my pockets which would disclose my name. Although Providence had not protected me from the bullet, it had saved me from getting caught. That day I had been at Glen Welby, the home of the Carters, and for some unaccountable reason, just as I was leaving to go to the wedding, I took from my pocket several official documents and gave them to one of the young ladies to keep for me. If I had not done this, I would never have lived to write an account of this adventure, for if I had been taken off as a prisoner that night, I could not have survived it. The force of cavalry that I had seen go into camp at Rectortown was the 13th and 16th New York, under command of Major Fraser. They had only built fires to warm themselves, and after staying there a short time, they started on to Middleburg to join Colonel Clendenin,
with the 8th Illinois Cavalry, from which they had separated a few hours before. That night they encamped at Middleburg. Several of my men, including Love, were prisoners, and they were shown my hat and overcoat and asked if they knew the person who had worn them. All denied any knowledge of him. The next day the Unionists returned to camp, little dreaming who it was that had been a prisoner in their hands. My own belief is that I was indebted to whiskey for my escape, and I have always thought since then that there is a deal of good in whiskey. As soon as Lake recovered from the shock at seeing me alive, he went out and got a couple of negro boys to yoke up a pair of young, half-broken oxen to haul me away to a place of safety, for we feared that the enemy would find out who I was and return. After a while the ox cart was announced, and I was rolled up in quilts and blankets and put into it. It was an awful night, a howling storm of snow, rain, and sleet. I was lying on my back in the cart. We had to go 2 miles to the house of a neighbor, over a frozen road cut into deep ruts. When we reached there I was almost perfectly stiff with cold and my hair was a clotted mass of ice. The family had not gone to bed, and one of my men, George Slater, was at the house. A courier was sent to the wedding party to carry the news to my brother and my other men, and before daybreak a great many of the men and 2 surgeons were with me. Slater had been present when Stuart had been shot a few months before. After I had been laid by the fire, I called him to me and said, "George, look at my wound. I think I'm shot just like General Stuart was." Slater pulled up my shirt I was bleeding profusely and told me that he thought the bullet had run around my body. This turned out to be the case, for it had lodged in my right side. Early in the morning chloroform was administered and the ball extracted. Another of the good effects of the whiskey on my captors was that they went off leaving my horse standing at the front gate, with the pistols in the holsters. If I had had them with me in the house, I'm very confident I could have cleared the way through the back yard and escaped in the dark. Neither Love nor I had a chance to fire a shot, and there is no truth in the reports that shots were fired from the house. I had nothing to shoot with. As I said, a Northern officer was standing near, talking to me when I was shot. Although I was a prisoner at the time, I have never complained of it, for it proved to be a lucky shot for me. It was the means of my escape from imprisonment. A few days afterwards tidings came to the camp down in Fairfax that I was the man who was wounded at Lakes. A force of cavalry was sent to search for me, but although I was still in the neighborhood they did not find me. At the same time General Torbert, returning from an unsuccessful expedition to Gordonsville, passed within a few miles of where I was lying, but also failed to discover me. About a week after all this occurred, I was taken to my father's house near Lynchburg. Richmond papers had already announced my death. Dr. Montero had not reached my command before I was brought away, so he came to my father's house to see me. Montero was a great wit and had been with me only a few minutes when he had got me to laughing. This produced a hemorrhage from my wound, and it took all his surgical skill to repair the damage his talk had done. Major Fraser reported my capture and escape as follows: Fairfax Court House, December 31, 1864. Colonel William Gamble, Commanding Cavalry Brigade. Colonel: In obedience to your command, I have the honor to report concerning the wounding of Colonel Mosby. He was shot by a man of my advance guard, under Captain Brown, in Mr. Lake's house near the Rector's Cross Roads, on the evening of the 21st instant, about 9 P.M., at which time I was in command of the 13th and 16th New York regiments. Several shots were fired, and I was informed that a rebel lieutenant was wounded. I immediately dismounted and entered the house and found a man lying on the floor, apparently in great agony. I asked him his name. He answered, "Lieutenant Johnson, 16th Virginia Cavalry." He was in his shirt sleeves, a light blue cotton shirt, no hat, no boots, no insignia of rank, nothing to denote in the slightest degree that he was not what he pretended to be. I told him I must see his wounds to see whether to bring him or not. I opened myself his pants and found that a pistol bullet had entered the abdomen about 2 inches below and to the left of the navel, a wound that I felt assured was mortal. I therefore ordered all from the room, remarking, "He will die in 24 hours." Being behind time on account of skirmishing all the afternoon with the enemy, I hurried on to meet Lieutenant Colonel Clendenin at Middleburg, according to orders received. Nearly every officer in my command, if not all, saw this wounded man, and no one had the slightest idea that it was Mosby. Captain Brown and Major Birdsall were both in the room with me when this occurred. After arrival at Middleburg I reported the fact of having wounded a rebel lieutenant to Lieutenant Colonel Clendenin. As soon as the camp fires were lit so that things could be seen, an orderly brought me Mosby's hat dressed with gold cord and star. I took the hat and went immediately among the prisoners, 8 in number, of Mosby's men that I had captured, and told them the man who wore that cap was shot dead, and asked them if it was Mosby or not. It was no use to conceal it if it was, as he was shot dead. They all said, no, that it was not Mosby, that he had never had such a hat, etc., etc. Some of them said that it was Major Johnson, 6th Virginia Cavalry, home on leave. In the morning I reported the facts and showed the cap to Colonel Clendenin and Mr. Davis, the guide. All this while I considered, as did all my other officers, that the wound was mortal. From Middleburg I came to camp. On this scout, from which I have just returned today, I have the honor to state that the man shot in Lake's house was Colonel Mosby. He was moved half an hour after he was shot to Quilly Glasscock's, about a mile and a half distant, where he remained 3 days and had the ball extracted, it having passed around or through the bowels, coming out behind the right side. I conversed with several persons who saw him. He was very low the first 2 days, the third much better. I tracked him to Piedmont, thence to Salem, and out of Salem towards the Warrenton Pike. I met pickets in various parts of the country, and understood that until within the last night or two they had extended as far down as Aldie. Various signaling was carried on by means of white flags above Piedmont. Several persons who saw him in the ambulance report him spitting blood, and it seems to be the general impression that he cannot live. There is no doubt in my mind but what he is yet in the country, concealed, seriously if not mortally wounded. In both expeditions I lost neither men nor horses, and captured 9 prisoners. Signed, Douglas Fraser, Major Commanding. Endorsement, Headquarters 1st Separate Brigade, Fairfax Court House, Virginia, January 1, 1865. Respectfully forwarded to Department Headquarters. I exceedingly regret that such a blunder was made. I have given direction that all wounded officers and men of the enemy be hereafter brought in, although any officer ought to have brains and common sense enough to do so without an order. Signed, W. Gamble, Colonel Commanding Brigade. Gamble to Augur. I am informed that Major Fraser was too much under the influence of liquor to perform his duty at the time in a proper manner. Under the circumstances, I have deemed it best to send Major Fraser with 300 men to scour the neighborhood and ascertain, if possible, something definite about it, he being the officer present at the time the rebel officer was shot in the house where it was supposed Mosby was wounded. Sheridan seemed as much delighted to hear of my death as the troops in Fairfax. No doubt he expected no more annoyances that winter. A short time afterward he sent a body of cavalry under a Major Gibson to that neighborhood one night, but Dolly Richards got after him and sent most of his men prisoners to Richmond. The last heard of Major Gibson was that he had been unhorsed and was getting back to his camp full speed over the snow in a sleigh. Stevenson to Sheridan, December 29, 1864. Mosby was shot by a party from General Augur's command at Rector's Crossroads. There were 2 or 3 men in the party. They fired at Mosby and some of his men through the windows, wounding Mosby in the abdomen. He was then moved to the house of Widow Glasscock. Torbert tried to catch him there, but he had been taken away in an ambulance. Torbert searched the house of Rogers at Middleburg, but he was not there. Mosby's wound is mortal. He and his party were eating supper when the attack was made on the house by General Augur's men. Augur to Sheridan, December 30, 1864. Richmond papers of the 27th report Mosby's death as having occurred at Charlottesville. Sheridan to Emory, December 31, 1864. How are you getting along? The storm is unfortunate. I have no news today except the death of Mosby. He died from his wound at Charlottesville. The following account of the wounding of Mosby was written by a Yankee Major General for the New York Herald of December 31, 1864, and was copied by the Confederate newspapers. On Tuesday, December 17, an expedition comprising the 13th and 16th New York and 8th Illinois Cavalry under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Clendenin started to scout the country this side of the Blue Ridge in search of Mosby. On arriving at White Plains on Wednesday, the command separated. The first named, 13th New York, proceeded toward Salem, and when a short distance from Middleburg came upon the house at which Mosby was then dining. Captain Taylor's company of the 13th New York were in the advance and maneuvered to surround the house, near which 2 horses, with cavalry equipment, were fastened. Corporal Kane, or Kane, with K, of Company F, rode near the house and was about to secure the horses, when Mosby opened the door and fired at the corporal. Kane raised his carbine to fire in return, when Mosby closed the door and ran into another part of the house. The corporal, seeing him pass a window, instantly fired, shooting Mosby through the bowels. Captain Taylor and others hastily entered the house. Some of the men proposed finishing the rebel, but Captain Taylor, having examined his wound, pronounced it mortal. Major Fraser, 13th New York Cavalry, also examined the wound and declared that the man would die. The rank and name of the wounded man were not known at this time. He had on a magnificent cloak of gray, trimmed with English scarlet and gold clasps. This cloak had often been talked about by inhabitants of the valley as belonging to Mosby, and was described by citizens as the richest article of the kind in either army. The boots of the wounded man were carried off and found to agree exactly in make and maker's name with a pair taken from Mosby's house when burned last summer. The rebel accounts show that their conclusions were correct, but, if we are to believe the rebel stories, Mosby is not yet dead. He may possibly recover. The devil takes care of his own. End of chapter. Chapter 17 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 17. Final Scenes. Footnote. This chapter was prepared from material collected by Colonel Mosby. End of footnote. The war drama was now drawing to a close. According to General John B. Gordon, Lee's troops were subsisting on parched corn, and one day a private accosted him with the request, "I say, General, can't you give us a little fodder?" Gordon also said that Lee's surgeons reported to him that the men were in such bad condition that, if wounded, they would become gangrened. Grant's remorseless policy had caused the Confederates to rob the cradle and the grave, and the blockade had all the time been aiding the Federal armies, silently but effectively. Colonel Mosby was wounded on December 21, 1864, and naturally it was some time before he could get to work again. Extracts from the Diary of Mosby's Mother. Sunday, January 1, 1865. Hear by the papers today that dear John is recovering. We feel intense anxiety about John. No tidings from John. Tuesday, the 3rd. This evening, John arrived safely and doing well. February 24th. John sent Mrs. J. S. Mosby his photograph and a piece dedicated to Mosby and his men, called "They Will Never Win Us Back." We feel so sad at the thought of our dear John leaving us tomorrow. February 25th. The day has come and the hour has passed that saw our dearest one leave once more the household group to go back to battle for his country and all that is dear to man and woman. It is one of the saddest events of my life when I have to part from my dear boys to go to the army, yet I know God is there as well as around the peaceful and secure fireside. A crisis is upon us. We are beset on all sides by a powerful enemy. But while Colonel Mosby was recovering, his men were by no means idle. Extract from a Confederate newspaper. The part attributed to Captain Taylor's company, in a notice copied into yesterday's paper, was in reality an exploit of Major Richards of Mosby's command, as accurate accounts have since established. On Thursday last, Major Richards, with a force of 60 men, struck the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad between Duffield and Martinsburg, and captured a train of 15 cars propelled by 2 engines and loaded with supplies for Sheridan's army. The engines were blown up and the cars consumed by fire. Our adventurous soldiers loaded their horses with such articles as they could carry, many of them possessing themselves in this manner of sacks of coffee, besides other desirable supplies. Major Richards has already established his fame as one of the most active and successful of Mosby's indefatigables. When Mosby went to Richmond early in December 1864, he presented the following letter to the Confederate War Department. December 6, 1864. Hon. James A. Seddon, Secretary of War. Sir, I beg leave to recommend, in order to secure greater efficiency in my command, that it be divided into 2 battalions, each to be commanded by a major. The scope of duties devolving upon me being of a much wider extent than on officers of the same rank in the regular service, but small time is allowed me to attend to the duties of organization, discipline, etc. I am confident that the arrangement I propose would give me much more time both for planning and executing enterprises against the enemy. I would recommend Captain William H. Chapman, commanding Company C, 43rd Virginia, PR Battalion, and Captain Adolphus E. Richards, commanding Company B, same battalion, for the command of the 2. Letter mutilated here. Have both on many occasions valor and skill to which my reports, so in engagements with the Aldie, Charlestown, and very respectfully, your obedient servant, (Signed) John S. Mosby, Lieutenant Colonel. On January 9, 1865, Mosby's commission as a colonel was issued. William Chapman, whose brother Sam, a Baptist preacher, whom Colonel Mosby described as the only man he ever saw who really enjoyed fighting, and who generally went into the fray with his hat in one hand and banging away with his revolver with the other, became a lieutenant colonel. On March 27, 1865, Colonel Mosby was put in command of all northern Virginia, and then on April 9th came the surrender of Lee at Appomattox. The colonel often said that if his small mother had been in command of the Southern armies, the war would have been going on yet. Extracts from the diary of Mosby's mother. Saturday, March 6. Today will be a day never to be forgotten. We heard the Yankees occupied Charlottesville last evening and are advancing up here. All is consternation and confusion. We are trying to get our things out of the way. Rumor after rumor arrives, and we know not how to proceed. We expect to be driven from our homes. Oh, may we be spared, and our house and the vile Yankees driven back. Saturday, April 3rd. Captain Kennon left and Mr. Moore to go to Colonel Mosby's command. There is a craven spirit abroad with our people. If overpowered, we will have to submit to the powers that be, but I would feel that the Yankees themselves would despise us if we recanted our Southern principles. they would have no confidence in us, and look with contempt on us, as they should do. I think a deserter on either side the most degraded human being that breathes. Yes, we hate them, and the Yankees do too, and they will hiss them. Sunday, April 9th. I went out and heard the deep-toned cannon, carrying hundreds and perhaps thousands to that long sleep that knows no waking. Oh, how my heart went up for our great, our noble Lee, that God would give him strength in weakness to bring us out of battle a victorious people. If God does see fit to crush us and bow us down, because of our sins and the sins of this nation, I feel it will be in justice and mercy, and will even believe he doeth all things well, but there are hearts too noble to be conquered. Our Lee will stand out a man in all the nations of the earth, nobler and greater in adversity than any other man with a crown on his head. I hear of fearful desertions. Poor craven spirits, I hope the Yankee bullets will yet pierce their hateful hides. General Lee surrendered to superior numbers today at Appomattox Court House. Headquarters Middle Military Division, Winchester, Virginia, April 10, 1865. The Major General commanding announces to the citizens in the vicinity of his lines that General Robert E. Lee surrendered with the Army of Northern Virginia yesterday to Lieutenant General Grant near Appomattox Court House. Officers and men were all paroled. Signed, W. S. Hancock, Major General, U. S. Volunteers. Official, E. B. Parsons, Assistant Adjutant General, APMG. P.S. All detachments and stragglers from the Army of Northern Virginia will, upon complying with the above conditions, be paroled and allowed to go to their homes. Those who do not so surrender will be brought in as prisoners of war. The guerrilla chief Mosby is not included in the parole. Signed, W. S. H. Headquarters Middle Military Division, Winchester, April 11, 1865. Colonel John S. Mosby, commanding partisans. Colonel, I am directed by Major General Hancock to enclose you copies of letters which passed between Generals Grant and Lee on the occasion of the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia. Major General Hancock is authorized to receive the surrender of the force under your command on the same conditions offered to General Lee, and will send an officer of equal rank with yourself to meet you at any point and time you may designate, convenient to the lines, for the purpose of arranging the details, should you conclude to be governed by the example of General Lee. Very respectfully, your servant, C. H. Morgan, Brigadier General, Chief of Staff. April 15, 1865. Major General W. S. Hancock, commanding. General, I am in receipt of a letter from your Chief of Staff, General Morgan, enclosing copies of correspondence between Generals Grant and Lee, and informing me that you would appoint an officer of equal rank with myself to arrange the details for the surrender of the forces under my command. As yet I have no notice through any other source of the facts concerning the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia, nor, in my opinion, has the emergency yet arisen which would justify the surrender of my command. With no disposition, however, to cause the useless effusion of blood or to inflict upon a war-worn population any unnecessary distress, I am ready to agree to a suspension of hostilities for a short time, in order to enable me to communicate with my own authorities, or until I can obtain sufficient intelligence to determine my future action. Should you accede to this proposition, I am ready to meet any person you may designate to arrange the terms of the armistice. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant, John S. Mosby, Colonel, C.S.A. This letter, to Hancock, who was at Winchester, was written at Warrenton, Fauquier County, Virginia, the home of the Washington family. It was sent by a flag of truce that was carried by Colonel William H. Chapman, Dr. Montero, and my brother, William H. Mosby, who was my adjutant. JSM. Mosby's farewell address to his command. Fauquier County, April 21, 1865. Soldiers, I have summoned you together for the last time. The visions we have cherished of a free and independent country have vanished, and that country is now the spoil of the conqueror. I disband your organization in preference to surrendering it to our enemies. I am no longer your commander. After an association of more than 2 eventful years, I part from you with a just pride in the fame of your achievements and a grateful recollection of your generous kindness to myself. And at this moment of bidding you a final adieu, accept the assurance of my unchanging confidence and regard. Farewell. Signed, John S. Mosby, Colonel. Valley Farm, August 27, 1865. My dearest Pauline, I stayed almost a week at Pa's and then returned to Uncle John's, as the infernal Yankees were in Lynchburg, which made it dangerous to remain there longer. Uncle John made John Hipkins go to Richmond, as we were anxious to learn what were the designs of the Yankees towards me. Mr. Palmer went to see General Lee. General Lee sent me word by Willie Cable that he was waiting to see General Grant. He also said that he entirely approved of everything I had done. He is going to move up to Haymarket. When I passed through Charlottesville there were 14 Yankee cavalry in the place. I met a lieutenant and 1 man in the street. They said nothing to me. I went up to the University to call on Dr. McGuffey. A short while after I left, it was surrounded by 2 companies of Yankee cavalry. If you see Willie, tell him Pa is anxious for him to return home. I want to find out what will be the course of the Yankees towards me before I return to Fauquier. Extract from a Lynchburg, Virginia, paper of 1865. Some little stir was created in the city yesterday by the report that Colonel Mosby, the celebrated partisan chieftain, was in Lynchburg. Various reasons were expressed as to the cause of his appearance, but the following are, we believe, the facts of the case. Some days since Colonel Mosby's brother came to Captain Swank, provost marshal of this city, to inquire if Mosby would be paroled on coming in and surrendering to the authorities. Captain Swank replied that he would make inquiries upon the subject and give him an answer in a few days. Day before yesterday, he again called to see the marshal upon the subject, and was told that Colonel Mosby would be paroled if he would come in and give himself up. In accordance with this information, Mosby came into Lynchburg yesterday and applied to the provost marshal's office for a parole. Captain Garnett happened to be attending to the duties of the office at the time, and, not being aware of the arrangement, sent to Colonel Duncan for instructions. He was immediately ordered not to parole Colonel Mosby until further orders from Colonel Duncan. In the meantime a dispatch was received from Richmond, and Mosby was ordered to leave town immediately, while the provost guard were instructed to see that he did so without molestation or hindrance. The dispatch is generally supposed to have been an order for his arrest, probably under a misapprehension of the facts, and, as he had come here under an implied safeguard from the military authorities, they felt bound in honor not to take advantage of the act. Extract from the Alexandria State Journal, 1865. We last night noticed the fact that Major Mosby was in the city, and his presence was much courted by his friends and admirers. An hour after his arrival there was hardly a sympathizer with the late Confederacy here who did not know of his presence. Wherever he went he was followed by a large crowd of friends. He seemed to make Harper's store his headquarters, and whenever stationed there large crowds, composed of a plentiful sprinkling of colored men and boys, gathered on the corner and blockaded the sidewalk, sometimes almost obstructing the street. This became so annoying that about 4:00 p.m. last evening the military authorities ordered his arrest. He was arrested by Captain McGraw at the residence of Mrs. Boyd Smith on St. Asaph Street, and was taken before General Wells, who held him until he communicated with headquarters at Washington and received orders for his release. Leesburg, January 8, 1866. Dearest Pauline, I was just in the act of starting home this morning when an order came for my arrest. I am now under arrest here, awaiting orders from General Ayres. Don't be uneasy. Yours affectionately, John S. Mosby. From the Baltimore Sun, February 6, 1866. Colonel Mosby has been released upon parole by General Grant, he being included in the terms of General Lee's surrender. Thus it was nearly a year after Lee's surrender that the war closed for Mosby. End of chapter. Chapter 18 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 18 in Retrospect. In December 1899, Colonel Mosby wrote the following letter to John S. Russell, his chief scout in the war, which throws valuable sidelights on many of the episodes connected with his command, and sums up his deliberate opinion of many of the controversial points connected with his partisan life. In this survey of the past, Colonel Mosby stated many of his final conclusions. San Francisco, December 16, 1899. Mr. John S. Russell, Berryville, Virginia. Dear John, I have mailed you a set of photographs of the Berryville raid that made Sheridan retreat 50 miles down the valley to the place where he started from. In 1867 Captain McAleer of Baltimore visited the scene, made sketches, and procured photographs of many of our men. He then went to Paris and had the pictures painted by two distinguished artists. Footnote: Bossuet and Philippetot. Photographic reproductions of these paintings were widely circulated in France, England, and America shortly after the war. End of footnote. Number 1, entitled Mosby Planning an Attack on the Federal Cavalry, represents the battalion just as we reached the east bank of the Shenandoah, the daughter of the stars. You are near me, listening intently to an order I am giving you to cross the river and find out what was in front. You returned after dark, when I was asleep enjoying a soldier's dream, and the sentinel stars had set their watch in the sky, and told me that a long train, heavily guarded, was passing on the pike. In a few minutes all were mounted and moving to the attack. Number 2 represents the Berryville fight and the stampede of the train guard. I am with Sam Chapman's company, that was kept in reserve with the howitzer that is firing, while Richard's squadron charge at one point on the line and William Chapman and Glasscock with their companies charge at another. Stockton Terry of Lynchburg is near me with the battalion colors. A body of the enemy formed behind a stone fence and made some resistance. Here Lewis Addy of Glasscock's company was killed. I remember very well when Guy Broadwater rode up and reported it to me in the midst of the fight. All I said was, "I can't help it." He was a fine boy. Do you remember how the Yellow Jackets routed us and were near spoiling all my plans of that day? The howitzer came up at a gallop and was unlimbered on a knoll that commanded the pike. The gun was put in a position right over a nest of Yellow Jackets. They were home rulers, like the Boers, and instantly a swarm flew out to repel the invasion of their territory. My men had stood a volley from a body of infantry on the pike, but the sting of the Yellow Jackets was too much for their courage. The horses reared and plunged, the men ran away from the gun. Whether the scene was sublime or ridiculous depends upon one's point of view at the time. My horse was frantic, and I felt a good deal like Hercules did when he put on the shirt of the centaur and couldn't pull it off. We were on the verge of a panic. A few minutes' delay would give the enemy time to recover from their surprise. A shot from the howitzer was to be the signal for the squadrons to charge. They were waiting. But just then one of the men, Babcock I think it was, rushed forward, recaptured the howitzer, and dragged it off. The Yellow Jackets returned in triumph to their hole in the ground. In a minute a shell burst among the wagons. It knocked off the head of a mule, the guard stampeded, while the braying of the mules could be heard above the roar of the gun. The mules we captured supplied General Lee's army with transportation, and the drove of fine beeves was sent as a present and furnished beefsteaks for his soldiers. You will observe in the picture representing our return a figure on horseback playing a fiddle. It is Bob Ridley, Eastham. He got it from a headquarters wagon. Bob is playing a tune to which he had danced. Malbrook has gone to the wars. Our object was to impede Sheridan's march. I was sorry I could not be with you at the unveiling of the monument to our men at Front Royal, and I dissent from some historical statements in Major Richards's address. I do not agree with him that our men were hung in compliance with General Grant's orders to Sheridan. They were not hung in obedience to the orders of a superior, but from revenge. A man who acts from revenge simply obeys his own impulses. Major Richards says the orders were a dead letter, after I retaliated, which implies that they had not been before. I see no evidence to support such a conclusion. In his letter in the Times, Major Richards says that Sheridan's dispatches about hanging our men were visionary, i.e., he never hung any. If so, the order had always been a dead letter. No one ever heard of his hangings until his dispatches were published a few years ago. Sheridan was then dead, but his posthumous memoirs say nothing about hanging, although 2 pages are devoted to an account of the killing of Meigs and Custer's burning dwelling houses in Rockingham County in revenge. Meigs was not killed by my men. We never went that far up the valley. Sheridan's dispatches in the war records about the men he hung were not even a revelation to me. They revealed nothing. They were simply specters of imagination, like the dagger in the air that Macbeth saw. If Sheridan had communicated Grant's dispatch of August 16th to any one to be executed, it would have been to Blazer, who commanded a picket corps that was specially detailed to look after us. In his report Blazer speaks of capturing some of my men. He never mentions hanging any. Those he captured were certainly not hung, for I saw them when they came home after the close of the war. The following dispatches record the rise and fall of Blazer. Sheridan to Augur, August 20, 1864. I have 100 men who will take the contract to clean out Mosby's gang. I want 100 Spencer rifles for them. Send them to me if they can be found in Washington. Signed, P. H. Sheridan, Major General commanding. Endorsement. Approved by order of the Secretary of War. Signed, C. A. Dana, Assistant Secretary. Stevenson to Sheridan, Harper's Ferry, November 19, 1864. 2 of Captain Blazer's men came in this morning, Privates Harris and Johnson. They report that Mosby with 300 men attacked Blazer near Cabletown yesterday about 11 o'clock. They say the entire command, with the exception of themselves, was captured or killed. I have ordered Major Congdon with 300 12th Pennsylvania Cavalry to Cabletown to bury dead and take care of wounded, if any, and report all facts he can learn. I shall immediately furnish report as soon as received. Exit Blazer. Richards commanded in the Blazer fight. I was not there. As an affair of arms it passed anything that had been done in the Shenandoah campaign and recalled the days when knighthood was in flower. When we sent Blazer and his band of prisoners to Richmond, they would not have admitted that they had ever hung anybody. Major Richards refers to Grant's orders to destroy subsistence for an army so as to make the country untenable by the Confederates, and pathetically describes the conflagration. He ought to know that there had been burning of mills and wheat stacks in Loudon 2 years before Grant came to Virginia. Grant's orders were no more directed against my command than Early's. Augusta and Rockingham were desolated, where we never had been, but I can't see the slightest connection between burning forage and provisions and hanging prisoners. One is permitted by the code of war, the other is not. After General Lee's surrender, I received a communication from General Hancock asking for mine. I declined to do so until I could hear whether Joe Johnston would surrender or continue the war. We agreed on a 5 days' armistice. When it expired, nothing had been heard from Johnston. I met a flag of truce at Millwood, and had proposed an extension of 10 days, but received through Major Russell a message from Hancock refusing it and informing me that unless I surrendered immediately he would proceed to devastate the country. The reply I sent by Russell was, "Tell General Hancock he is able to do it." Hancock then had 40,000 men at Winchester. The next day I disbanded my battalion to save the country from being made a desert. If anyone doubts this, let him read Hancock's report. If it was legitimate for Hancock to lay waste the country after I had suspended hostilities, surely it was equally so for Grant to do it when I was doing all the damage in my power to his army. Stanton warned Hancock not to meet me in person under a flag of truce, for fear that I would treacherously kill him. Hancock replied that he would send an officer to meet me. He sent General Chapman. The attention Grant paid to us shows that we did him a great deal of harm. Keeping my men in prison weakened us as much as to hang them. Major Richards complains of the debasing epithets Sheridan applied to us. I have read his reports, correspondence, and memoirs, but have never seen the epithets. In common with all Northern and many Southern people, he called us guerrillas. The word guerrilla is a diminutive of the Spanish word guerra, war, and simply means one engaged in the minor operations of war. Although I have never adopted it, I have never resented as an insult the term guerrilla when applied to me. Sheridan says that my battalion was the most redoubtable partisan body that he met. I certainly take no exception to that. He makes no charge of any act of inhumanity against us. The highest compliment ever paid to the efficiency of our command is the statement in Sheridan's Memoirs that while his army largely outnumbered Early's, yet their line of battle strength was about equal on account of the detachments he was compelled to make to guard the border and his line of communication from partisan attacks. Ours was the only force behind him. At that time the records show that in round numbers Early had 17,000 present for duty, and Sheridan had 94,000. I had only 5 companies of cavalry when Sheridan came in August 1864 to the Shenandoah Valley. A 6th was organized in September. 2 more companies joined me in April 1865, after the evacuation of Richmond. They came just in time to surrender. I don't care a straw whether Custer was solely responsible for the hanging of our men, or jointly with others. If we believe the reports of the generals, none of them ever heard of the hanging of our men. They must have committed suicide. Contemporary evidence is against Custer. I wonder if he also denied burning dwelling houses around Berryville. I once called at the White House in 1876 to see General Grant, sent him my card, and was promptly admitted. When I came out of his room, one of the secretaries told me that General Custer had called the day before, but that General Grant had refused to see him. The incident is related in the Life of Custer. A few weeks afterward, Custer was killed in the Sitting Bull massacre. Major Richards further says that there was scarcely a family in all that section that did not have some member in Mosby's command. If that is true, I must have commanded a larger army than Sheridan. I didn't know it. He describes the pathos of the scenes that might have been if the severe and cruel order had been executed to transfer the families from that region to Fort McHenry, and says it would have paralyzed my command. If so, that would have been a more humane way of getting rid of it than killing the men. Now I have never considered women and children necessary appendages to an army. On the contrary, I would rather class them with what Caesar, in his commentaries, call impedimenta. Homer's heroes were not paralyzed when Helen was carried off to Troy. It only aroused their martial ambition. Sheridan knew that if he did anything of the kind, it would stimulate the activity of my men, so he didn't try it. As for our lieutenant colonel, who, as Major Richards says, married in that section, I think that if Sheridan had captured his wife and mother-in-law and sent them to prison, instead of going into mourning, he would have felt all the wrath and imitated the example of the fierce Achilles when he heard that Patroclus, his friend, had been killed and his armor had been captured. Now perish Troy, he said, and rushed to fight. Very truly yours, John S. Mosby. End of chapter. Chapter 19 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 19. My Recollections of General Lee. My first meeting with General Robert E. Lee was in August 1862, when I brought the news of Burnside's reinforcement of Pope, a story I have told in the preceding pages. The next time we met was at his headquarters in Orange, about 2 months after Gettysburg. He did not seem in the least depressed, and was as buoyant and aggressive as ever. He took a deep interest in my operations, for there was nothing of the Fabius in his character. Lee was the most aggressive man I met in the war, and was always ready for an enterprise. I believe that his interest in me was largely due to the fact that his father, Light Horse Harry, was a partisan officer in the Revolutionary War. After General Stuart was killed, in May 1864, I reported directly to General Lee. During the siege of Petersburg I visited him 3 times, twice when I was wounded. Once, when I got out of the ambulance, he was standing near, talking to General Longstreet. When he saw me hobbling up to him on crutches, he came to meet me, introduced me to General Longstreet, and said, "Colonel, the only fault I have ever had to find with you is that you are always getting wounded." Such a speech from General Lee more than repaid me for my wound. The last time I saw him during the war was about 2 months before the surrender. I had been wounded again. He was not only kind but affectionate, and asked me to take dinner with him, though he said he hadn't much to eat. There was a leg of mutton on the table. He remarked that some of his staff officers must have stolen it. After dinner, when we were alone, he talked very freely. He said that in the spring of 1862 Joe Johnston ought not to have fallen back from the Rapidan to Richmond, and that he had written urging him to turn against Washington. He also said that when Joe Johnston evacuated his lines at Yorktown in May of that year, he should have given battle with his whole force on the isthmus at Williamsburg, instead of making a rearguard fight. When I bade Lee good-by after our last interview, I had no idea that it was my final parting with him as my commander. I can never forget the sympathetic words with which he cautioned me against unnecessary exposure to danger. The following is the last order he ever gave me. It was dated March 27, 1865, and put me in command of all northern Virginia. Collect your command and watch the country from the front of Gordonsville to Blue Ridge, and also the valley. Your command is all now in that section, and the general, Lee, will rely on you to watch and protect the country. If any of your command is in Northern Neck, call it to you. Signed, W. H. Taylor, Assistant Adjutant General. Lee was raised in the political school of Washington and Hamilton. In the Virginia Convention of 1788, his father had voted against the imbecile Confederation and for the Constitution which made the laws of the Union supreme law of the land, and in 1798 spoke and voted against the famous States' Rights resolutions. In the year 1794 he commanded the Virginia troops that were ordered to Pennsylvania to suppress the whiskey insurrection. It is difficult to distinguish in law between Washington's proclamation in 1794, calling out the military force to execute the laws of the United States, and Lincoln's in 1861. As lieutenant colonel of the 2nd Cavalry, Lee was stationed in Texas in February 1861, but was ordered to Washington, arriving there about the time of the presidential inauguration. The commander-in-chief, General Scott, a Virginian, was too old for active service. There was then no retirement law, and he wanted Lee near him as an adviser and second in command. On March 16, Colonel Edwin V. Sumner was promoted to be a brigadier general in place of Twiggs, who had been dismissed for treachery in surrendering the Union troops in Texas. A Virginia lady who met Lee about that time told me, many years ago, that he spoke to her with great indignation about General Twiggs's conduct. Lee now became colonel of the 1st Cavalry. His biographers do not seem to have heard of this promotion, and have ignored the fact that he accepted a commission from President Lincoln. Lee was with his family at Arlington and on confidential relations with the War Department up to the day of his resignation, April 20, 1861. As the command of the U.S. Army was offered to him, Scott must have thought that he would stand by the Union, and Lee's purpose to resign in the event of Virginia passing an ordinance of secession had not been disclosed. Lee was forced by circumstances to take the side for which he fought in the war. On the subject of slavery and the right of secession, he agreed with Abraham Lincoln. 5 years before, in writing about slavery, he had said, "It is a moral, social, and political evil." Writing at Fort Mason, Texas, on January 23, 1861, after 7 States had passed ordinances of secession, Lee said, "The framers of our Constitution would never have exhausted so much labor, wisdom, and forbearance in its formation, and surrounded it with so many safeguards and securities, if it was intended to be broken by every member of the Confederacy at will. It was intended for perpetual union, so expressed in the preamble, and for the establishment of a government, not a compact, which can only be dissolved by revolution, or by the consent of all the people in convention assembled. It is idle to talk of secession. Anarchy would have been established, and not a government, by Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson, Madison, and all the other patriots of the Revolution." When Lee resigned his commission to join the forces of his native State, he acted, as nearly every soldier acts, from personal sympathy with the combatants, and not on any legal theory of right and wrong. On the day when he resigned, he wrote his sister that he could not draw his sword against his family, his neighbors, and his friends. On the previous day he happened to go into a store in Alexandria to pay a bill. His heart was burdened with a great sorrow, and he uttered these words, which the merchant wrote down in his journal. They still stand there today. "I must say that I am one of those dull creatures that cannot see the good of secession." Below this entry the merchant wrote, "Spoken by Colonel R. E. Lee when he paid this bill, April 19, 1861." A few days later Lee was made commander-in-chief of the forces of the State of Virginia. There was no competition for the position. The late Judge John Critcher represented Westmoreland, Lee's native county, in the secession convention, and was one of the committee sent to notify him of the appointment. The judge told me that when Lee returned with the committee to the convention hall, in the Capitol at Richmond, they had to wait for a few minutes in the rotunda. Looking at Howden's statue of Washington, Lee said, very gravely, "I hope we have seen the last of secession." He evidently feared that the seceding states would soon separate from one another. The life of Alexander Stephens shows that the apprehension was not unfounded, and that the members of the Confederacy were held together only by the pressure of war and by the despotic power of the central government at Richmond. I once heard General John C. Breckinridge say, at a dinner in Baltimore, soon after he returned from his exile in Canada, that if the Southern Confederacy had been established, there would have been such a spirit of local self-assertion that every county would have claimed the right to set up for itself. I met General Lee a few times after the war, but the days of strife were never mentioned. I remember the last words he spoke to me, about 2 months before his death, at a reception that was given to him in Alexandria. When I bade him good-bye, he said, "Colonel, I hope we shall have no more wars." In March, 1870, I was walking across the bridge connecting the Ballard and Exchange hotels in Richmond, and to my surprise I met General Lee and his daughter. The general was pale and haggard, and did not look like the Apollo I had known in the army. After a while I went to his room. Our conversation was on current topics. I felt oppressed by the great memories that his presence revived, and while both of us were thinking about the war, neither of us referred to it. After leaving the room I met General Pickett and told him that I had just been with Lee. He remarked that, if I would go with him, he would call and pay his respects to the general, but he did not want to be alone with him. So I went back with Pickett. The interview was cold and formal, and evidently embarrassing to both. It was their only meeting after the war. In a few minutes I rose and left the room, together with General Pickett. He then spoke very bitterly of General Lee, calling him "that old man." "He had my division massacred at Gettysburg," Pickett said. "Well, it made you immortal," I replied. I rather suspect that Pickett gave a wrong reason for his unfriendly feelings. In May, 1892, at the University of Virginia, I took breakfast with Professor Venable, who had been on Lee's staff. He told me that some days before the surrender at Appomattox, General Lee ordered Pickett under arrest, I suppose for the Five Forks affair. Footnote: Battle of April 1, 1865. End of footnote. I think the professor said that he carried the order. I remember very well his adding that, on the retreat, Pickett passed them, and that General Lee said, with deep feeling, "Is that man still with this army?" I once went to see the tomb at Montcalm in the chapel of the Ursuline Convent at Quebec. When I read the inscription, "Fate denied him victory, but blessed him with a glorious immortality," it recalled General Robert E. Lee. End of chapter. Chapter 20 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 20. My Recollections of General Grant. I first met General Grant in May, 1872, after Mr. Greeley had been nominated for the presidency by a convention whose members called themselves Liberal Republicans, although, as a matter of fact, many of them had been the most radical element of the party, but had seceded on account of personal grievances. My home was then at Warrenton, Virginia, where I was practicing law. As it was only 50 miles from Washington, I was frequently there, but I had only once seen General Grant, one evening at the National Theatre, when he was in a box with General Sherman. Both men seemed to enjoy the play as much as the gods in the gallery. In common with most Southern soldiers, I had a very kindly feeling towards General Grant, not only on account of his magnanimous conduct at Appomattox, but also for his treatment of me at the close of hostilities. I had never called on him, however. If I had done so, and if he had received me even politely, we should both have been subjected to severe criticism, so bitter was the feeling between the sections at the time. No doubt, in those days, most Northerners believed the imaginative stories of the war correspondents and supposed that my battalion fought under the black flag. General Grant was as much misunderstood in the South as I was in the North. But time has healed wounds which were once thought to be irremediable, and there is today no memory of our war so bitter, probably, as the Scottish recollection of Culloden. Like most Southern men, I had disapproved the Reconstruction measures and was sore and very restive under military government. But since my prejudices have faded, I can now see that many things which we regarded as being prompted by hostile and vindictive motives were actually necessary, in order to prevent anarchy and to secure the freedom of the newly emancipated slave. I had given little attention to politics and had devoted my time to my profession, although I was under no political disability. As we had all been opposed to the Republican party before the war, It was a point of honor to keep on voting that way. When Horace Greeley was nominated, I saw, or thought I saw, that it was idle to divide longer upon issues which we acknowledged to have been legally, if not properly, settled, and that if the Southern people wanted reconciliation, as they said they did, the logical thing to do was to vote for Grant. I have not changed my opinion, nor yet have I any criticism to make of those who differed with me. We were all working for the same end. Some said they couldn't sacrifice their principles for Grant's friendship. I didn't sacrifice mine. Not long before the death of the late General M. C. Butler, United States Senator from South Carolina, I met him on the street in Washington. "We ought to have gone with you for Grant," he said. My views and opinions of that period are set forth in the following interview published in the Richmond Enquirer in January 1873. Reporter: I see it stated generally that you have some influence with General Grant. Is this true? Colonel Mosby: I don't know what amount of influence I may have with the President, but General Grant knows the fiery ordeal I have been through here in supporting him, and I suppose he has some appreciation of it. Reporter: What is the policy that you have advocated for the Virginia people? Colonel Mosby: The issues that formerly divided the Virginia people from the Republican party were those growing out of the Reconstruction measures. Last year the Virginia people agreed to make no further opposition to those measures and to accept all questions growing out of them as settled. There being no longer any questions, then, on principles separating Virginia people from General Grant, it became a mere matter of policy and expediency whether they would support him or Horace Greeley. I thought it was the first opportunity the Southern people had had to be restored to their proper relation and influence with the Federal administration. In other words, I said the Southern statesmen ought to avail themselves of this opportunity and support General Grant for re-election, and thereby acquire influence and control over his administration. That was the only way I saw of displacing the carpet-bag crew that represented the government in the Southern States. I think that events have demonstrated that I was right. General Grant has certainly accorded to me as much consideration or influence as any one man could have a right to expect. I know it is the disposition of General Grant to do everything in his power for the relief of the Southern people, if Southern politicians will allow him to do it. The men who control the policy of the Conservative party combine with the extreme radicals to keep the Southern people arrayed against General Grant. As long as this course is pursued, the carpet-bag crew who profess to support the administration get all of the Federal patronage. This is the sustenance, the support of the carpet-bag party in the South. Deprived of that, it would die tomorrow. I admit, as every Southern man must admit, the gross wrongs that have been perpetuated upon the Southern people. I am no apologist for them, but neither party proposes any atonement or indemnity for the past. I propose at least to give security for the future by an alliance between the Southern people and General Grant's administration. Reporter: Has the President ever tendered you any position under his administration? Colonel Mosby: Shortly after the presidential election, the President said something to me on the subject of giving me an office. I told him while I would as lief hold an office under him as under any other man who had ever been President, yet there was no office within his gift that I desired or would accept. I told him that my motives in supporting him had been assailed, and my accepting a position under his administration would be regarded as a confirmation of the truth of the charge that I was governed by selfish motives. But my principal reason for not accepting anything from him was that I would have far more influence for good by taking nothing for myself. Reporter: Colonel, I have heard that you are now promoting claims against the government. Is that a fact? Colonel Mosby: It is not. I have filed one claim for a citizen before the Southern Claims Commission. I shall turn this over, however, to a claim agent. I have had hundreds of claims of all sorts for prosecution against the government offered me, but have declined them all, as I have no idea of bartering my political influence. I do not think that any man nominated at Lynchburg will stand the most remote chance of success, because he will only be supported by the negroes of the State, led by a few white men. No matter what my relations to the administration may be, I wouldn't assist in putting this set in power. I had strong personal reasons for being friendly with General Grant. If he had not thrown his shield over me, I should have been outlawed and driven into exile. When Lee surrendered, my battalion was in northern Virginia, on the Potomac, 100 miles from Appomattox. Secretary of War Stanton invited all soldiers in Virginia to surrender on the same conditions which were offered to Lee's army, but I was accepted. General Grant, who was then all-powerful, interposed, and sent me an offer of the same parole that he had given General Lee. Such a service I could never forget. When the opportunity came, I remembered what he had done for me, and I did all I could for him. Early one morning, a few days after the election of 1872, I had to go to the Treasury Department on business. The Secretary, Mr. Boutwell, had not come, and I was waiting in an anteroom. To my surprise, General Grant walked in. He shook hands with me and said, "I heard you were here, and came to thank you for my getting the vote of Virginia." That is the only time I ever saw a President in any of the departments. Of course, I appreciated General Grant's compliment, although he gave me credit for a great deal more than I deserved. General Grant had also done another thing which showed the generosity of his nature. A few weeks before the surrender, a small party of my men crossed the Potomac one night and got into a fight, in which a detective was killed. One of the men was captured and sent to Fort McHenry. After the war he was tried by a military commission and sentenced to be imprisoned. The boy's mother went to see President Johnson, to beg a pardon for her son, but Johnson repelled her roughly. In her distress, she went over to the War Department to see General Grant. He listened patiently to her sorrowful story, then rose and asked her to go with him. He took her to the White House, walked into the reception room, and told the President that there had been suffering enough, and that he would not leave the room without a pardon for the young Southerner. Johnson signed the necessary paper. In spite of the parole that I had taken, after I had settled down to the practice of law, I was several times arrested by provost marshals stationed at the court houses where I went on the circuit. This was both annoying and unfair. My parole was a contract with the government that was binding on both parties. To arrest me before I had violated it was a breach of it. As my wife passed through Washington on her way to Baltimore, she determined to go to the White House, not to ask for a pardon, but to make a complaint. She had not intimated her purpose to me. Her father and President Johnson had served in Congress together, and had been friends, so she told Johnson whose daughter and whose wife she was. Instead of responding kindly, he was rude to her. She left him and went to see General Grant at the War Department. He treated her as courteously as if she had been the wife of a Union soldier, and then wrote the following letter, which he gave to her. He did not dictate the letter to a clerk. The whole is in his small, neat handwriting. It gave me liberty to travel anywhere, unmolested as long as I observed my parole. Headquarters of the Armies of the United States, Washington, D.C., February 2, 1866. John S. Mosby, lately of the Southern Army, will hereafter be exempt from arrest by military authorities, except for violation of his parole, unless directed by the President of the United States, Secretary of War, or from these headquarters. His parole will authorize him to travel freely within the State of Virginia, and as no obstacle has been thrown in the way of paroled officers and men from pursuing their civil pursuits or traveling out of their States, the same privilege will be extended to J. S. Mosby, unless otherwise directed by competent authority. Signed, U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. When General Ewell was captured by the Federal forces on the retreat from Richmond, he was sent to Fort Warren. Mrs. Ewell, who had married the general during the war, was from Nashville and had known Johnson when he was governor of Tennessee. She, too, called on the President, presuming on their old acquaintance,
to ask that her husband be released on parole. Ewell was in a feeble condition. He had lost a leg in the war. Johnson treated her just as he had treated my wife, and asked her why she had married a one-legged man. Mrs. Ewell then went to see General Grant, who expressed great pleasure at being able to do something for "my old friend Ewell," and ordered that the poor fellow should be released from prison. He did hundreds of similar things. As I have said, my first interview with General Grant was in May, 1872, when I was introduced to him by Senator Lewis of Virginia. He immediately began telling me how near I came to capturing the train on which he went to take command of the Army of the Potomac in 1864. I remarked, "If I had done it, things might have changed. I might have been in the White House, and you might be calling on me." "Yes," he said. In our talk I became convinced that he was not only willing but anxious to lift the Southern people out of the rut they were in, but he couldn't help them without their cooperation. If they insisted on keeping up their fire on him, he had to return the fire. I knew that he was in favor of relieving Southerners of the disabilities imposed by the 14th Amendment, as he had recommended in his message. Such a bill had passed the House, but in the Senate, Sumner had insisted on tacking to it his Civil Rights Bill, which made it odious, and the measure was defeated. I suggested that if he could get such a bill passed, it would be construed as an olive branch, and would create such a reaction in his favor in Virginia that we could carry the state for him. "We will see what can be done," he replied. As I was under no disability myself, it would have been hard to discover a selfish motive in what I urged Grant to do. A few days afterwards, a bill removing political disabilities was reported in the House. The rules were suspended, and the bill passed. It was sent to the Senate. There was a night session. Sumner went to his committee room to take a nap, and while he was asleep the bill was called up and became a law. He was furious when he awoke and found out what had been done. Many Confederates who had been excluded from public position were then sent to Congress or received appointments from Washington. Among them was the Vice President of the Southern Confederacy. I crossed the Rubicon when I paid my first visit to the White House, and I never recrossed it. My son Beverly, who was about 12 years old, was with me. He had been with his mother 6 years before, when she called on Andrew Johnson. That night, when he knelt by her to say his prayers, after getting through the usual form, he turned to her and said, "Now, Mama, may I pray to God to send old Johnson to the devil?" I told the story to Grant. "A great many would have joined in Beverly's prayer," he said, laughing. As many people in the South regarded me as a connecting link between the administration and themselves, I had to pay frequent visits to the White House, either to ask favors or to carry complaints. Such a duty is a shirt of Nessus to anyone who wears it. Although I declined to take office from General Grant and exerted all the influence I had with him for the benefit of the Virginia people, this did not save me from the imputation of sordid motives. It is generally believed that Grant appointed me consul at Hong Kong. He did not. I was appointed by Mr. Hayes. Often as I went to the White House during Grant's second term, I never failed to see him except once, when he was in the hands of a dentist. In those days hundreds went to him for appointments, who would now be sent to the Civil Service Commission. In spite of all this pressure, he never seemed to be in a hurry. He was the best listener I ever saw, and one of the quickest to see the core of a question. I once called at the White House about 7 o'clock in the evening with a telegram I had received from General Hampton. The doorkeeper said that the President was at dinner. I gave the man my card and told him I would wait in the hall. He returned with a message from General Grant, asking me to come in and take dinner with the family. I replied that I had already dined. Then Ulysses S. Grant, Jr., came out and said, "Father says that you must come in and get some dinner." Of course I went in. At the table the general spoke of having called that evening on Alexander Stephens, who was lying sick at his hotel.
It looked as if our war was a long way in the past when the President of the United States could call to pay his respects to the Vice President of the Confederate States. A few weeks before the close of Grant's second term, I introduced one of my men to him. "I hope you will not think less of Captain Glasscock because he was with me in the war," I said. "I think all the more of him," the President promptly replied. I once said to General Grant, "General, if you had been a Southern man, would you have been in the Southern army?" "Certainly," he replied. He always spoke in the friendliest manner of his old army comrades who went with the South. Once, speaking of Stonewall Jackson, who was with him at West Point, he said to me, "Jackson was the most conscientious being I ever knew." I saw Grant on the day when he signed the Electoral Commission bill to decide the Hayes-Tilden dispute. He was in an unusually good humor and said that the man in whose favor the commission decided should be inaugurated. He talked a good deal about his early life in the army and gave a description of his first two battles, Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma. A few days after he left the White House, I called on General Grant at the home of Mr. Hamilton Fish, where he was staying. I did not ask him to recommend me to the new administration, as some members of the Cabinet were not friendly to him. President Hayes, however, appointed me United States Consul at Hong Kong, and it was there, in 1879, during Grant's tour of the world, that I last saw him. I went in a boat to meet him, and as I was the official representative of the United States, the other craft that surrounded the steamship as soon as it anchored gave me the right of way. As I went up the gangway, I recognized him, with his wife and eldest son, standing on the deck. It did look strange that I should be there representing the government, while General Grant was a private citizen. There was with me an old Virginian who had gone to Hong Kong before the war. When I introduced him, I told General Grant that when I arrived I had found this fellow countryman of mine in about the same temper that I was in when the general was fighting in the Wilderness, but that he was willing to surrender to the man to whom General Lee had surrendered. Mrs. Grant spoke up and asked liberal terms for him, and Grant said that he paroled him and hoped he would be a loyal citizen. The governor of Hong Kong met General Grant's party at the wharf, and they went to the government house. Next morning the general paid his respects to me at the American consulate. He was the guest of the governor for about 10 days. On several days I breakfasted with him, and we had many free and informal talks. Once he was giving a description of his ride on donkey back from Jaffa to Jerusalem. That, he said, was the roughest road I ever traveled. "General," I replied, "I think you've traveled one rougher road than that." "Where?" he inquired. "From the Rapidan to Richmond," I answered. "I reckon there were more obstructions on that road," he admitted. I went with the general, Mrs. Grant, Colonel Fred Grant, and the governor in a launch to the United States man of war which carried his party up the China coast, and bade him my last farewell. When we started ashore, the ship began firing a royal salute of 21 guns in honor of the governor, and the launch stopped. When the firing was over, General Grant lifted his hat, and we responded. I never saw the great soldier again. Some time afterwards, I sent the general a Malacca cane which I had had lacquered for him. It bore the inscription, "To General U. S. Grant from John S. Mosby, Hong Kong." He was in very poor health when he received it, but Colonel Fred Grant wrote me that his father was pleased at my remembrance of him. When I heard that President Cleveland had removed me as consul in 1885, I wrote to General Grant and asked him to secure me employment from some corporation by which I could make a living. I did not then know how near he was to his end. My letter was forwarded to him at Mount McGregor, and on the day before I sailed from Hong Kong, a dispatch announced his death. I felt that I had lost my best friend. I did not suppose that my letter would have any result, but on arriving in San Francisco, I learned that he had dictated a note to Governor Stanford, of the Southern Pacific, asking him as a personal favor to take care of me. I was made an attorney in the company and held that position for 16 years. I have given as faithful an account as Aeneas did to Dido of events, all of which I saw and part of which I was. No one clung longer to the Confederacy than I did, and I can say with the champion of another lost cause, that if Troy could have been saved by this right hand, even by the same it would have been saved. End of chapter. End of book. Thank you for listening.